Welcome to the show. Vortex and Havoc are stepping onto Italy for this clash, with Vortex entering as the favorite. Vortex currently holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history. It makes sense given that Havoc has been struggling through a 7-game slide recently. The big question is if he can find a way to break that pattern today. A sudden shift as Havoc levels the score. Havoc is on fire and now takes a 2-1 lead. Both of these players are battling for a top 10 slot on the ladder. The momentum has completely shifted as he extends his lead to 3 straight. He's certainly not looking like a player on a losing streak. A quick response from Vortex to keep this game close. It's a tough spot for the number 6 guy to hold the lead. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece now. Both of them look surprisingly sharp today. Absolutely lightning fast, and he's now taken full control of the series. Havoc wins this exchange effortlessly to bring us back to a dead heat. He's putting up a huge fight for the lower seed. Vortex claws back the lead and now sits at 5-4. A very tight battle between the 3rd and 6th ranked players. Vortex is looking very comfortable with a 2016 record over the last day. And honestly, that high volume of games seems to be fueling his confidence. It's becoming a bit of a nightmare for Havoc, who has struggled far more to find his footing today. Vortex leads 7-5. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see from the top seed. He's staying composed and protecting that slight lead as we head into the second half. Let's see who adapts better here. Vortex is pulling away now, pushing the gap to 8-5. He's certainly looking a lot more stable than his 20% win rate lately. He refuses to go away, putting another notch in his comeback attempt. He's showing a lot of grit despite the deficit. That was effortless. He's refusing to let his lead grow, keeping himself very much in the game. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit and has now officially leveled the score. The underdog is simply refusing to blink today. He's taking complete command now, securing his 4th straight victory. He's truly flipped the script on the expectations for this series. He's just unstoppable right now, extending the streak to 5 in a row. A complete reversal of the initial pre-match expectations. A huge stand by Vortex to hold that run and bring the game back to within 1. He's definitely fighting back to match his historical edge here. Havoc secures a clear victory from the Tetris, continuing his steady climb back into the lead. Just a sheer display of confidence from the low seed. We're officially back to a 1-round gap. Neither of these two is willing to give an inch. He really knows how to handle this specific opponent. Vortex manages to shut him down from that high spot, and now we're headed for a total deadlock. The top 3 seed is finding his footing exactly when it matters. He just can't get a stop. That's 3 straight for the favorite to secure match point. Just a complete shutdown of everything Havoc tried to do. Pure chaos in that trade, but Havoc manages to scrape through to force the tie. Total nail-biter as we push into this final stretch. He just blasts him right off the vine, and the comeback is nearly complete. He's really making a statement with these back-to-back rounds. We are looking at a complete stalemate here. Neither player can truly pull away in this series. Absolute deadlock as we head into the overtime blocks. Havoc keeps his poise in the overtime pressure, cruising to a 14-13 lead. A truly surprising result for the lower ranked player. Both players are trading rounds left and right. This is becoming a complete toss-up. That was a blindingly fast exchange. He's completely untouchable right now and just a single round away from victory. His resilience in these long series is genuinely impressive. What a finale. He closes the door and secures the victory in spectacular fashion. He's finally back in the winner's circle after a brutal week. This guy just refused to let the pressure get to him. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Phantom taking on Havoc in a highly anticipated 1v1 clash today. Phantom has owned the head-to-head history here, winning about 64% of their lifetime meetings. It's a massive historical gap that makes that first round loss a bit surprising. Now we just need to see if the top seed can stabilize. Phantom is really putting on the pressure, just cleaning up that angle on the Tetris to take a commanding lead. He's looking exactly like the #1 seed right now. Absolute precision, he's just not letting up, taking full control of this set. Havoc answers back quickly to close that gap. A really quick reset for the 6th rank guy. Phantom still cruising with a solid 2-round cushion. He's really making his overall dominance on the ladder felt right now. Phantom holds the edge by 1 as we enter round 7. The momentum is shifting completely. Havoc has a really strong burst going right now. He just secures a huge advantage from the Tetris, extending the streak to 3. He's completely flipped the script from that earlier encounter on the greens. Havoc just absolutely dismantles his opponent from the ramp, pushing his personal lead to 4 straight. Another quick reaction as he cleans up the ramp to keep this charge moving. He's completely disregarding those previous losses from earlier today. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it is a huge shock to see the world #1 trailing right now. He looks shaky and he'll need a big response to flip this. Time for a fresh start. Havoc is really fighting back from a rough patch, considering he entered today on a 7-game losing streak. So yeah, it's impressive to see him flip the script and put the pressure on the league leader like this. He manages to find a huge opening from the boost, showing some real grit to cut into that lead. The top seed looks far more composed now. He's refusing to go away, shutting down that run with a flawless sequence. The pressure is really mounting on the 2nd seed now. The resurgence is complete. With a quick strike to bring the tally dead even. Everything is back on the table for these two. He is on fire right now, picking up another round to put himself firmly in the lead. Havoc manages to keep his composure, leveling the score once again. The 6th ranked man is proving tonight that he can keep pace. He simply refuses to crumble. Picking his opponent right off the heaven to take a 1-round lead. He's firmly back in the driver's seat after that exchange. And we are deadlocked at 10 apiece. Absolutely stunning grit from the 6th ranked man to force this deadlock. Havoc is just finding the mark right now. He's really starting to seize control of this server. Just a huge flip from the result we saw yesterday. He's simply untouchable right now, sitting on the edge of victory. The underdog has truly turned the tables in this series. What a fight. Phantom manages to dig in deep and secure another round, staying alive in this series. The veteran just clawed his way back into a tight spot. Unbelievable. He completely erases the deficit to force an incredible overtime showdown. He has fought his way back into the... It's become a game of inches here. These two are trading blows with absolutely no room for error. He's playing some inspired basketball today. What a statement! He just completely outclassed his opponent to keep this overtime battle locked in a deadlock. The momentum is swinging back to Havoc as he keeps the pressure on in this deep water battle. This is a total reversal from their clash on the dunes. A gorgeous read from Phantom to clear out that Tetris position and keep this fight alive. Exactly the kind of resilience he's shown in his most recent matches. He stays completely untouched in that exchange and is now just 1 kill away from victory. Absolute surgical execution on that final shot. What a finish. He closes out the series in style to claim the victory. He really put his back against the wall, but he managed to survive a massive onslaught in overtime. Truly an incredible showing from Havoc. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on red line to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this match as our current #1 rated player. He typically holds a significant advantage in their long-term head-to-head history. It will be interesting to see if he can sustain that dominance after their last clash ended in a blowout. The momentum has completely shifted and he is now 3 rounds clear in this set. Good grief, that was an absolute brawl. Phantom barely survives that one to hold the 4-0. He's certainly taking full advantage of that top ranking right now. Vortex gets the read and takes the fight to the ramp, finally finding a way through. a hard-fought battle from the ramp, and he's now digging himself back into this match. This is a much tighter series than anyone predicted. Phantom has a 63% lifetime win rate that speaks to his sheer consistency across the board. And looking at how he's handling the pressure here, it's starting to look like his usual game. He just needs a few more rounds to really put the choke on Vortex. Phantom's keeping the lead steady at 6-3. He's certainly proving that his top spot on the ladder isn't unchallenged. These exchanges are coming and going in the blink of an eye. Neither player is giving an inch tonight. The favorite is certainly asserting his will here. Phantom is still firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. Despite the score, he's certainly keeping his composure early on. Phantom takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he's defying the expected odds here. The underdog is putting on a serious show, though Vortex is still very much in the fight. Let's see if Vortex answers back. Unreal. He barely walks away from that fight, managed to push through and clear the ramp. That's a huge swing in confidence for him. Phantom holds a narrow 2-round cushion at 8-6. He's showing exactly why he sits at the top of our rating. Vortex displays some real grit, quickly plucking his opponent off the ramp. He's refusing to let that lead slip away. Absolutely flawless. Vortex has completely leveled the playing field, tying this up at 8-8. He's completely taken over the game, securing another victory from the ramp to move ahead 9-8. Phantom is really feeling the pressure now. He's just on another level right now, extending that run to 4 straight. The dynamic here is completely flipped from what we expected. He's just untouchable right now, putting his opponent in a deep hole with 5 straight. It's a complete nightmare for the #1 seed right now. He digs deep to come out on top and is now just a single round away from the victory. A really clean finish to cap off that run. What a fight. Phantom barely survives a brutal trade to keep himself in the game. That was an incredibly tight exchange to snap the momentum. Phantom is refusing to go down quietly, picking up another round to stay in this match. He is finally starting to claw back into the game. He just won't quit, bringing the total to 3 in a row and pushing the score to 12-11. The pressure is mounting on Vortex to close this out. Incredible. Vortex closes it out with a lightning-fast shot to secure the entire series. He just completely broke the world #1 spirit after a wild seesaw of a game. Just another massive victory for the man tonight. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Vortex and Havoc are facing off on Mapas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Vortex has a strong history here with a 71% head-to-head lead over Havoc, and you can tell he's coming into this with a lot more confidence today. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can find an answer for that high-level aggression early on. Vortex is just dominating a 2-0 lead right now. Havoc just left him on the ramp to keep this close. He's refusing to let Vortex take a comfortable lead. Vortex still holds the upper hand at 3-1. That's a pretty sharp contrast to their last meeting on Italy. Vortex is just running away with his 4-1 lead. His current run reflects that top 5 rank on the ladder. Absolute speed from the first seed, putting him firmly in control of the pace. Simply untouchable. He's just walking through this set, extending his lead to 6-1. Just a stark turn from their previous meeting on Italy. Havoc holds the ramp to finally secure another round for himself. He knows exactly how to handle a player of this caliber. Vortex has managed a solid 20-0 record over the last day, but we are seeing those rounds slip away right now. Well, it looks like he's struggling to keep the momentum as Havoc starts to dictate the flow of this set. He is on fire right now, closing in the gap with a 4th straight win. The underdog is starting to look like the better man here. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as expected so far. Vortex has the skill edge, but Havoc is proving he can trade blows with the top seed. Fresh starts for both of them. Vortex edges ahead by 1 to reclaim the lead. Havoc has definitely felt the pressure of facing the league's 3rd best player. Vortex is pulling ahead once more, leading 8-6. His recent form has definitely shifted back in his favor. Havoc is staying resilient, cutting the deficit back down to a single round. The underdog is definitely making the champion sweat for every single point. Vortex was just too fast for him, quickly shutting down Havoc as he tried to hold that ramp. It's just not his day as he struggled throughout the morning. Vortex is putting on a show, effectively clearing out Havoc from that ramp position. A really tough run of games for him lately. Another spotless round for the leader, and he's firmly back in the driver's seat. He's looking like the top seed right now. Havoc bounces back quickly, securing another point for himself. He definitely seems to have an edge in these high-pressure rallies. Vortex takes total control of this exchange, moving himself into a position to close it out. Unreal. He barely clings to life but seals the victory right there. He really tightened things up when it mattered, proving why he's sitting so high in the rankings right now. Welcome to the Dunes map. We've got Phantom and Havoc facing off today to see who comes out on top. What a fight. He barely hangs on after that brutal exchange to take the first round. The odds had the top seed firmly in control here. Absolutely wild. He barely clings to life after that frantic spray to even the score. He's clearly the top seed on the ladder for a reason. Havoc is just too snappy from the box, putting a lot of pressure on the #1 seed. Phantom is historically the favorite with a 64% win rate in their head-to-head history, but he's definitely not playing like the boss right now. Havoc is managing to push the pace and flip the script on the top seed. It'll be interesting to see if the rating gap eventually catches up to him. Oh, total shutdown of that engagement, showing he's far from out of this. The experience is starting to show for the top seeded player. Havoc is running away with it, leading 5-2. He's showing some real grit, putting together a quick response to tighten this gap. Havoc's holding a strong 3-round lead at 6-3. He refuses to go away, chipping further into that lead with another successful trade. He's definitely fighting for a spot back in the top 10. A perfect shot to keep the momentum shifting as he heads into the break. A huge shift in confidence heading into the interval. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly the kind of contest we expected. Both guys have traded a few 3-round streaks, so the momentum is totally neutral heading into the switch. Time to see who blinks first. He's simply too strong right now, taking the lead back in a total shutout. He's starting to look like the heavier favorite we saw on paper. A gritty exchange here, and he secures the second straight to build a 2-round lead. It's a look we've seen often in their previous matches. Another clean finish for the man on fire, firmly establishing a 3-round surge. He's just completely locked in on the offensive side right now. A chaotic slugfest of a round, and it's Havoc who manages to claw back another win. He's showing some serious resilience against the higher ranked player. He looks completely untouchable now, securing a clean point to bring the score to 10-7. The gap in skill we're seeing now makes total sense. Unreal, he barely survives that brawl from the box, narrowing the gap to 2. That was a nail-biter of an... He keeps his composure to put a stop to that run and close the gap to 1. The momentum shift is feeling real as the underdog pushes back. Phantom stays sharp and cleans him off the box, extending this lead to 2. The composure of a top-tier player on full display. A completely effortless shot to pull it back within 1. He's really making his presence felt today. He is simply refusing to fold, putting himself just a single victory away from the win. A real battle of wills from the two of them. He's refusing to let this match slip, finding a fast opening shot to stay in the fight. What a finish. He closes out the game with a stunning reversal to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to get this one over the line, especially after Havoc pushed him to the brink. What a match. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a great match today between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see who takes the win. Phantom holds a commanding 60% lead in their long-term head-to-head history. It makes sense seeing that he is currently the top-rated player in the league. Vortex will need to find a way to disrupt that confidence if he wants to stay competitive. Phantom is keeping the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Phantom is really moving the pace here, putting on a great show in these early rounds. He's playing like the top-rated guy on the ladder. Vortex tried to hold a better angle up on the ramp, but Phantom just read him perfectly. The gap between them is starting to show on this side. Absolute control from the favorite, taking a 5-round lead as he continues to roll. Vortex has really struggled to find a response today. Vortex finally answers back with a crisp shot to slow things down. He's definitely showing that top 3 skill level right now. Vortex actually managed to come out on top in their most recent clash, and honestly seeing him fight back just now shows he's not entirely intimidated. The question is whether he can turn a few close exchanges into a genuine comeback. He's really starting to dig in, securing another flawless round to close the gap. Phantom still holds a 3-round advantage for now. He's definitely playing to his top seed today. We've got a 7-5 lead for Phantom heading into the switch. I mean, the underdog is actually holding his ground here. It looks like the pre-match predictions might be off, as Phantom is currently controlling the pace. Time for a fresh start. Phantom keeps his grip with a 3-round cushion. That's a strong start to the second half for him. Phantom's now sitting on a 4-round cushion. Really putting that world #1 status on display. That's an effortless finish to cap off another winning round for him. His 1917 run over the last day has been very consistent. He's just completely untouchable right now, securing his 4th straight. He's definitely making a strong case for that top spot. Vortex puts a stop to that momentum with a quick response. He has a total of 21 wins today. Phantom shuts that down immediately, putting himself just a single round away from victory. The composure on display here is just impressive. What a scrap. He barely clings to life after that exchange to keep his hopes alive. He's fighting tooth and nail to prolong this series. And there it is. Phantom secures the final kill to close out the series. He's just completely outclassing everyone today. It looks like that earlier win for Vortex was just a fluke after all. Welcome to Fast Aim. We've got Vortex taking on Havoc today, with the favorite looking to keep his lead. Both players fought for the high ground there, but Vortex just had the better reaction. Vortex holds a massive lifetime lead with 717 wins over Havoc. And you can see that experience translating into a very confident start today. It will be tough for Havoc to turn things around if he can't find a way to disrupt this pace. Absolute perfection as he just blasted Havoc off the toolbox to take a commanding lead. Looking at the leaderboard, those top 5 seed spots are well earned. He's just too fast, shutting the door from the ramp for a 5th straight. That number 3 spot on the ladder is really showing through. Havoc finally manages a response, securing the kill from the ramp. A much needed breath for the underdog in this set. Vortex is just dominating with a huge 6-1 cushion. He's really putting that top 3 ranking to use. Vortex is just not letting up, picking Havoc right off the wine box to keep the pressure high. His head-to-head dominance is really starting to show today. A desperate fight on the ramp, but he comes out on top to extend that run. Been a rough outing for the number 6 seed today. Absolutely lightning fast, and that makes it 4 straight for the frontrunner. Havoc manages to snap that run just before we head into the break. A quick flash of hope as we close out the first half. Vortex takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as the analyst predicted. He is comfortably in the driver's seat, looking every bit like the higher seed right now. Time for Havoc to shake it off. He's really starting to put up a fight, taking his 3rd round in a row. A serious shift in energy for the underdog. Vortex just denies him the advantage, popping him right off the toolbox. A solid response to get back into the lead. Havoc is really fighting back, outplaying Vortex from the ramp to tighten this game up. That's exactly the kind of resilience he's shown throughout their history. He just doesn't let the pressure get to him, shutting Havoc down while he was perched on the toolbox. A quick trade of shots, and he just puts himself in the position to close this out. He's just playing to his potential as the higher seed today. What a finish. Vortex clears the ramp and seals the victory right here. He was just in a different gear today, and Havoc simply couldn't keep up with those reactions. Welcome everyone. Phantom and Havoc are ready to battle it out on the arena, with Phantom entering as the favorite. Phantom carries a massive head-to-head lead with 871 wins over his opponent. And honestly, it makes this early lead by Havoc even more surprising. We're seeing a complete reversal of the usual power dynamic between these two. I wonder if he can actually keep this pressure on. He's simply too fast right now, securing a third straight round to take complete control. He's really shaking off that recent struggle against the field. Incredible. He claws back around in a chaotic exchange, barely surviving the encounter. That was a nerve-wracking exchange for the favorite. Phantom keeps the pressure high, dropping his rival right off that box. The momentum shift is palpable as he closes the gap. What a result. We are completely level now as he ties things up at 3-3. A textbook display of skill from the higher rated side. What a brutal fight, but he digs deep to secure a 4th straight victory. It's starting to look exactly how we expected based on the rankings. He's just untouchable right now, extending the run to 5 straight. Havoc answers back from the Tetris to keep the gap narrow. A high tier performance from him throughout the day. That heat at 5-all. Things just got spicy. He's certainly defying those low win rates from his recent form. He manages to pick Havoc off the Tetris, putting a huge amount of pressure on the opposition. He looks a lot more settled now than he did during that mid-game stretch. We're sitting at 6-6, headed into the break. Well, this is a nail-biter. Phantom is playing to his expected level, but he can't seem to pull away from Havoc. Let's see who hits their stride first. He's showing incredible grit, securing the lead and continuing this impressive recovery. He's definitely starting to lean into that higher ranking. He shuts that door quickly, dropping his opponent right off the Tetris. The gap between them in the rankings is starting to tell. Phantom just edges ahead, grabbing a slim 1-round lead. Exactly the kind of resilience we've seen from him today. He just effortlessly picks him off the ramp, continuing this climb back into the match. He's starting to look like the powerhouse we expected before this set. Phantom holds a thin lead as we hit the 9th. He's showing a lot of heart despite that rough stretch in the last few hours. Absolute chaos there, but he manages to outlast his rival in a desperate scramble to move 2 rounds clear. That fight was way closer than it looked on the board. A messy trade that works in his favor, putting him firmly in the driver's seat. Pure speed from the favorite on that kill. He just deletes him from the ramp, moving 1 step away from victory. He's really asserting his authority over the server now. Unreal. That was a total war of attrition and he just barely scrapes through with his life. A huge clutch to keep the dream alive. What a spectacular conclusion. He finishes the job with a perfect round to secure the series. He really keeps his composure under pressure and it's just another win for the record books against Havoc. Welcome to Redline. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off today to see who comes out on top. Phantom really has the historical upper hand here, boasting a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. That long-term dominance seems to be sticking with him as he takes the opener. Let's see if Vortex can find some answers. Phantom's now holding a tight 2-1 lead over Vortex. The best player on the ladder is certainly making his presence felt. Phantom is really starting to build some momentum, simply refusing to let Vortex get settled in this set. His current form is a nightmare for any opponent right now. He just keeps rolling, putting up a total wall and making it 4 for the leader. It's an impressive run of form for the top seed. A completely untouched finish, putting the pressure even further on the opponent. Phantom is really proving why he's holding the top spot. Vortex finally manages to get a round back, drawing a quick line in the sand. It's a huge mental win for the number 3 seed. Phantom has looked incredibly sharp in his last 10 matches, winning 80% of those rounds. It is that high level of consistency that makes him so dangerous when he gets a lead like this. Vortex really needs to close the gap before this slips away. Phantom's just relentless, pushing the gap to 7-2. He's really taking full advantage of the momentum from his recent victory on Orange. He's completely in charge now, shutting down that brief rally from his opponent. He's certainly playing up to that top seed designation. He's absolutely on fire, putting together a strong run going into the switch. Vortex is just getting completely outclassed right now. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly the underdog is completely ignoring the pre-match predictions. He is playing like a man possessed right now. Vortex has a huge mountain to climb. Vortex is really putting on a fight here, shaking him off the ramp to keep these hopes alive. Back to back for the underdog. Phantom keeps the pace, extending his lead to 10-4. That's exactly the kind of result he's been producing all day. Emotion mid. Vortex is fighting an uphill battle here, and the mountain just got a lot steeper emotion mid. Vortex is refusing to just lay down and accept the defeat here. The second best player in the world is finally feeling the pressure. That was light work, and now he's just a single point away from victory. He's really capitalizing on that top tier ranking right now. And that is it. Phantom secures the final blow to close out the series. He's just continuing a huge run of games, looking totally untouchable across the board today. Welcome to the Dunes. Vortex and Havoc are ready to battle, though Vortex enters this match as the clear favorite. Havoc actually holds a 57% win rate on this map. It's an interesting contrast to his struggle throughout the rest of the day. He's definitely looking for a spark here to turn things around. He's just untouchable right now, strolling to a third straight round without taking a single point of damage. A huge response from Vortex, erasing the pressure with a lightning fast shot to get back into it. Havoc is really dominating here, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. He's really defying his recent form with this performance. Unreal. He barely scrapes through with a sliver of health to secure the round. Vortex really had to fight for that one. What a crisp shot to keep the pressure on, and he's now found a way to close out 2 in a row. Absolute efficiency from the comeback kid, pulling things level at 4-4. He's completely taken over this game, moving into a lead with 4 straight victories. The gap in skill we saw on paper is becoming very apparent. Havoc secures a clean victory to level the playing field. A very tight series, especially considering the gap in their ratings. Another fast one here to extend the lead as we head into the break. Both players are playing incredibly tight as they approach the midpoint. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the rankings predicted. He has a slight cushion, but Havoc is still very much in this fight. Let's see if Havoc can shake things up. What a chaotic sequence, and he barely manages to hold on with a tiny bit of health. He's certainly shaking off those early losses from earlier today. He looks incredibly steady, keeping his lead with a perfect piece of aiming. The higher seed is starting to exert his will. Another clean takedown to maintain the momentum as he continues to climb back into this game. He's simply too fast today, securing another effortless win to reach double digits. Incredible fight from both of them. Havoc barely survives that absolute slugfest to break the momentum. He just shuts everything down by picking Havoc right off the box. A quick reset to put the pressure right back on. A blistering shot puts him just one more round away from victory. What a finish! He closes out the series with a huge victory to seal the... He really proved why he's ranked so high today, taking total control of the second half to shut the door. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom taking on Havoc on orange, with the favorite looking very strong heading into this match. Phantom has a huge lead in their head-to-head history with 872 total wins over Havoc. That historical weight is certainly pressing on Havoc right now, especially given how tough things have gone for him today. It'll take some serious mental resets to turn this around. Phantom's currently keeping a steady lead at 2-1. His recent form is a stark contrast to the top seed's hot streak. Phantom is just too quick right now. Those 2 second rounds are flying by. The number 1 seed is looking absolutely sharp right now. He's simply too fast right now. Taking 0 damage and extending that streak to 3. He's truly asserting his dominance as the top seed today. He's absolutely on fire, picking up another one to push the lead to 5-1. The top seed is really making his presence felt here. That is just effortless. He's putting on a clinic with 5 straight frames in his pocket. He just cannot be stopped, extending this runaway streak to 6. Another rapid response, and he's now sitting on 7 straight. He's fully proving why he's sitting at the top of our rating. Another flawless reaction to take control, pushing the lead to 9-1. He is simply untouchable right now, extending that streak to 9. The difference in their recent form is staring us right in the face. Phantom enters the break with a huge 10-2 lead. Honestly, the top seed is simply outclassing Havoc right now. This match is going exactly as expected, given the huge skill gap we've seen today. Time to see a fight back. Phantom is just a hair away from closing the books on this one. Consistency has been the story for the top seed today. Havoc is showing some grit here, managing to trade rounds and keep the pressure on the front runner. Havoc is actually putting up a fight, picking up back-to-back rounds to keep this interesting. It's a big shift for Havoc, who's been struggling throughout the day. Another lightning fast reaction from the top seed, moving just 1 more round away from the finish. A sharp reaction there from the underdog to push back just before the finale. The top seed is finally starting to look human. Another clean shot for the trailing player to keep his hope alive. He's certainly proving that he belongs in this match. Boom, that's it. Phantom closes the series with a total lockdown. He just looks totally in control on this map, while the 7th seed simply couldn't find an answer today. Welcome to the league. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top today. Phantom typically controls his rivalry with a 60% win rate over their history, and honestly he is simply the best player on our ladder right now. It will be interesting to see if the early pressure from Vortex is enough to disrupt that confidence. Unreal. He barely survives a brutal exchange to take a commanding lead. Vortex is certainly making his presence felt against the #1 seed. Another clean break. He's simply too fast for the top seed right now. A complete reversal from their last meeting. He's just unstoppable right now, closing out another round without taking a single point of damage. A total shock given how he's played in his other matches today. A perfect sequence, dragging his opponent right off the ramp for a huge lead. Complete flip from their last encounter on red line. What a scramble! He barely clings to life after an absolute war of attrition to secure the round. He finally finds his footing after a shaky start. Phantom is comfortably the more experienced player in this pair, having played over 17,000 total matches. It's clear he's now using that maturity to weather the initial storm. We're starting to see him reclaim control of the pace. The surge continues as he closes the gap to just 1 round. Vortex is really feeling the pressure of the favorites' push. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he claws through the damage to tie it all up. He's really putting on a clinic in this. He completely shuts down the ramp with an effortless victory to keep the momentum swinging. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, it looks like the ratings were spot on here. The top seed is just slightly ahead and showing why he holds a massive historical advantage on this specific map. Let's see who takes it. He's continuing to dismantle the opposition with an incredibly efficient sequence. He's completely in control now, ending that exchange in the blink of an eye. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. Looking for some stability after that tougher stretch on red line. Both players traded heavy hits, but he keeps his composure to secure the exchange. The gap is widening quickly now. He's showing incredible grit to push this lead to 11-6. The experience advantage is on full display right now. He takes total command, denying the ramp and moving to match point. The top seed is simply too consistent today. Vortex manages to get the jump on him, delaying the inevitable slightly. What a finish. Phantom secures a perfect final kill to wrap this up and claim the victory. Vortex really tried to keep pace, but he just couldn't find an answer for the way he's been playing today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Havoc are facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Vortex came out swinging and caught Havoc right as he was stepping onto those planks. Expectations are already aligning for the top-seeded player. Havoc had no problem with that height advantage, quickly leveling things up. He really needed that one to snap a brutal losing run. Unreal. He survives with almost nothing left after that fierce trade on the ramp. The odds heavily favor the number 3 seed heading into this. Havoc just deleted him from the toolbox to take complete control of the match. He claims another one from the ramp, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. Hard to believe the betting favorite is struggling this much. Vortex digs in and manages to pick him off the wine box to close the gap. He is finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. He secures another point from the ramp, continuing his push to close the gap. It's a much cleaner look for the top seed now. Another one for him, taking down Havoc from the wine box to tie the series at 4-4. Everything is back on a level playing field now. He's completely turned this around, taking a commanding grip on the match. A total reversal from how this duel started. He keeps the heat coming, picking Havoc right off that ramp for his 5th straight. The skill gap is becoming obvious as the halfway mark approaches. Absolutely ruthless. He is on a tear now, taking 0 damage to keep this run alive. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. While it's been pretty consistent with the predictions so far, he really exerted his authority during that 7-round streak to establish control. Havoc needs a total reset. He's showing some real grit, dragging himself through that fire to knock the opponent off the ramp. A quick return to form for him here. Takes a clean victory here, continuing the surge to a 10-4 lead. He is playing exactly like the top-tier talent he is. Vortex holds a clear advantage in their long history together, having won over 700 of their head-to-head bouts. It's a massive statistical cushion, but that's a lot of weight to carry when your opponent has finally found a way to disrupt the flow. Now the pressure is shifting back toward the favorite. He stays composed and walks away without a scratch, pushing the lead to 11-6. He's certainly playing like the man with all the confidence here. Havoc is refusing to let this slide, dragging Vortex right off the ramp to keep himself in it. He's fighting a tough battle today after those losses to Phantom. Havoc is putting up a serious fight, keeping himself in the game by picking Vortex off the wall. His form has been rough recently, having struggled in his last hand. What a response, simply outclassing him on the ramp to put the game on the line. Total control on the final push. What a finish. He closes it out with a clean sweep to secure the map. He really knows how to close things out when the pressure is on. It's just another win in a very long list of victories for him over Havoc. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Havoc going head-to-head today on Italy. Phantom has an incredible track record here, having won 64% of their historical matches against Havoc. He's simply used to winning this specific matchup. Now we just have to see if Havoc can break that pattern today. Another fast one, and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. The league's top seed is putting on a show here. A complete shutdown, and he's just not letting up on the pressure. Havoc finally answers back, securing a clean opening kill to stop the run. Phantom is just dominating with a huge 5-1 lead. Phantom has been on fire with a 6-win streak heading into today, and honestly he's showing exactly why he holds that top spot on the ladder. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can actually push this into a close game. Phantom keeps his grip on the lead at 6-3. He's really fighting against that ranking gap today. Phantom is really putting his foot on the gas here. He's firmly in control as we approach the halfway mark. Phantom is just cruising along with an 8-3 lead. A tough stretch for the number 8 seed today. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. This is playing out exactly as the odds suggested. He looks comfortable out there and is maintaining a solid pace. Let's see how Havoc reacts now. Phantom just widened the gap to 9-4. He's clearly in a rhythm after that 13-7 victory against Vortex. Phantom is practically untouchable now, leading 10-4. His overall form is just on another level today. Havoc is refusing to just fade away, showing some serious fight here. Havoc just can't find a way to string these rounds together and is now facing a massive hill to climb. Absolute perfection. He's just a single round away from closing this thing out. What a finish! He just closes the door on the competition to secure the win. He's just completely in control today. Havoc managed to match that sub-second reaction time once, but he couldn't hold his own for long. Welcome everyone. We have Vortex and Phantom stepping into the arena to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a commanding overall lead in their head-to-head history, and honestly that's the narrative that usually carries through when these two face off. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can use this early lead to flip the script today. Phantom's just edging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. He's definitely acting like the top seed on the ladder right now. He's completely shut down the competition, moving to a 3-0 run this half. Vortex quickly finds his target and knocks him right off the heaven. The top seed is finally feeling some pressure. Phantom stretches his lead to a 4-2 advantage. The number 1 seed is quickly asserting his authority. Vortex closes the gap to just 1 round. Still looking to bridge that gap in their overall head-to-head. Phantom had the read on that one, catching Vortex just as he stepped up the ramp. He's clearly playing the role of the top-rated player today. Phantom still holds the edge, leading by a single round. The favorite has an incredible 80% run over his last 10 matches. And now we're all squared up at 5 apiece. It's a huge swing for the number 3 player on the ladder. He's just too sharp right now, taking a third straight for the momentum. The top-rated player is really feeling the pressure now. We're sitting at a dead heat with 6 rounds apiece. I mean, this is exactly what we expected from 2 top-tier opponents. It's been a total stalemate so far, and these two just can't seem to pull away from each other. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex takes control with a narrow 7-6 advantage. He's certainly putting on a show after that recent loss to Phantom. Vortex has really managed to flip the momentum with a 20-0-16 record today. It's impressive because he's effectively neutralized the usual advantage the top seed brings to these matchups. If he can maintain this energy, he might be looking at a genuine upset. That was an absolute scrap, but he manages to dig deep and secure his 4th straight. Vortex is completely disregarding his usual standing in these matchups. Phantom answers back, picking him right off the boost to break the streak. He's usually got the upper hand in these overall matchups. Vortex is quickly reclaiming the lead, easily picking Phantom right off the Tetris. He's really putting the number 1 seed on his heels right now. A wild scramble on the ramp and Phantom comes out on top. He's clearly leaning on that lifelong experience in these head-to-heads. A lightning fast reaction from Vortex to put himself on the verge of victory. Pure precision on that last flick. Unbelievable, he closes it out with a final burst and secures the map victory. To finally break a long streak of losses against the world number 1, he had to play nearly flawless. What a fight! Welcome to the league. We have Vortex and Havoc facing off on red line, with Vortex entering as the clear favorite. Vortex looks sharp early, securing that lead with a great piece of positioning on the ramp. Hated to see that for Havoc. He just got caught completely out of position on the ramp. Havoc is really struggling to shake off this recent slump. A fierce exchange there, but he secures a third straight victory. He's really capitalizing on his rank advantage here. Havoc close one back and starts to close that gap. That was a much needed spark for the underdog. Havoc keeps the pressure high from the ramp, refusing to let his opponent pull away. The confidence shift is palpable for the man on the underdog side. The action is really centering around that ramp, and right now Vortex is the one winning those trade-offs. That head-to-head dominance is starting to show. The resilience is showing as he secures another point to keep this fight alive. He's proving he can hang with the higher seeds today. Everything is even now as he ties the game up at 4-4. Neither one of these guys is letting the other breathe. Vortex manages to reclaim that ramp height, keeping his narrow lead. He's certainly playing like the higher rated seed today. An intense fight on the ramp ends with Havoc securing the edge to tie the series up. Total deadlock as we head into the double digits. Vortex was way too fast for him this time, simply clearing the ramp out before Havoc could react. The difference in form today is clearly showing through. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. Well, the match is going exactly as we thought it would. Vortex looks reliable, but Havoc is fighting back hard to keep things level. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex really just walked right through him while he was trying to hold the ramp. His number 3 ranking is really giving him the edge in these closes. A tight exchange that ends with things completely squared up at 7-7. That was an incredibly fast trade to bring us back to a tie. Vortex manages to clear out the ramp again and picks up a crucial lead. Vortex is putting that long-term head-to-head advantage to use. Vortex is really dominating the recent form, sitting at 21-15 over the last day. It's a stark contrast to Havoc, who's been struggling to find a win across several different maps today. This momentum is making the gap in their ratings feel even wider right now. Havoc takes complete control from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. He's starting to make things interesting again. A huge blow to that 3-round run. The pace is absolutely flying right now. These rounds are barely lasting a couple of seconds. He shuts him down from the ramp, proving he's far from finished in this series. The underdog is refusing to go quiet in this set. Havoc guns him down from the ramp, keeping the pressure on with another effortless win. The gap is virtually gone now. Unbelievable. Havoc pulls them off the ramp to secure a third straight point and level this series. Absolutely wild to see this game go back and forth like this. Staggering run by the underdog, moving into a 12-11 lead and putting himself 1 round away from victory. He looks completely untouchable right now. Huge response from Vortex to force the stalemate and push this battle into overtime. Absolute chaos as we head into the extra frames. Vortex is just too quick. He completely dismantled Havoc while he was perched up on that box. Exactly what we expected given the rating gap. What a response. He completely shut things down to bring the tally even at 13-13. Absolute nerve-wracking stuff to see the game push this far. This is starting to look like an inevitable result for the favorite. His recent form is certainly on a different level than his opponents. Havoc finds the mark for a perfect kill, bringing this incredible deadlock right back to a tie. The script has completely flipped since this duel started. Vortex cleans up the fight, picking him right off those boxes to put himself one more for the win. Pure precision on that final shot. Unreal. Vortex clears the ramp and seals the victory. He really pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime, but the experience just showed in the end. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Phantom taking on Havoc here on Mappas for a high-stakes battle. Phantom is boasting a dominant 70% win rate on this particular map. That historical level of comfort is clearly showing in how he's controlling the early pace. It'll be tough for Havoc to find a way back into this. Phantom is really starting to pull ahead, leading 2-1. Top seed is asserting himself early here. Havoc keeps his cool from the ramp, and we are completely deadlocked now. We're seeing a much closer contest than their previous meeting suggests. Phantom claws back the lead with a 3-2 advantage. A heavy contrast to that 13-5 result we saw in their previous set. Phantom is just too quick today, easily picking up another round from the ramp. The #1 seed is making this look easy. Absolutely lethal. He's just completely taken over the map now. The skill gap is certainly evident today. He's refusing to go away, securing a quick win to bring the score to 5-3. That was an incredibly fast reset to secure the round. Phantom is just outclassing him right now, quickly shutting down the play from the ramp. The top seed is really flexing that rating advantage right now. Havoc has really been struggling lately, coming into this game on a total slump with 10 losses in a row. You can see that lack of confidence weighing on him as the deficit grows. It's becoming a steep hill to climb from here. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, this is exactly what we anticipated. He's clearly the better man here, though Havoc has managed to keep things relatively respectable so far. Fresh start for both of them. Phantom extends his cushion to 8-5 with that round. The world #1 is asserting total control. Phantom is just cruising now, pushing it to 9-5. The top seed is certainly playing to his ranking here. Unreal Havoc manages to clutch out that fight from the ramp, surviving by a mere sliver of health. He's just refusing to give up today. Another clean victory for the underdog, who seems determined to stay in this fight. The pressure is starting to mount on the top seed now. He is absolutely on fire, securing another rapid exchange to tighten this series. What a turnaround. He brings the series level with another win from the ramp. Pure chaos in the server right now. He just cannot be stopped, claiming a 5th consecutive victory to take a 10-9 lead. The momentum has completely shifted toward the underdog. Sudden halt to that run, and we're back to a dead heat. We've got a nail-biter now, regardless of the rating gap. The momentum is swinging right back to the top seed as he puts some breathing room between them. That's a brutal stretch for the 9th ranked player to deal with. That's a fast and flawless exchange to put him just 1 round away from the win. Everything about this sequence points back to that ranking disparity. What a gritty exchange! He just refuses to fold, dragging the score to 12-11. That was a precise exchange to bring us within 1. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the win. Havoc really pushed him to the limit with those low health scrambles, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a fight. Welcome to the show. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom has dominated this rivalry with a 60% win rate over their long history. It's a huge statistical advantage, but we're seeing the other way around today. I wonder if the favorite can actually close this gap quickly. Unreal, he barely manages to scrape by after a chaotic firefight to take a 2-1 lead. He's completely taking over now, securing his third straight round without taking a single hit. Vortex finally answers back, shutting down that run. The top-rated player is feeling the pressure now. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece as they reset. It's a strange look for the top-rated guy today. Another incredibly fast reaction, and he's now firmly in control of the series. What a nail biter. He practically bleeds out, but still manages to secure the kill to tie it up. He's usually the one to beat in this matchup. Vortex holds the edge, leading 5-4. Vortex has looked incredibly sharp in his last few matches. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He almost went down, but manages to outlast his opponent for the second straight. Vortex is simply on fire right now, claiming another round to build on this massive momentum. Tough spot for the top seed after that start. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected the favorite to step up here. He's clearly playing the better half of the two, though Phantom still has a chance to claw back. Time for a quick reset. Vortex is currently pushing a very strong pace with a 21-15 record over the last day. Well, it's becoming a real problem for the world number one. If he can maintain this pressure, the rank gap won't matter at all. Phantom walks away completely unscathed to put some pressure back on his opponent. That was a crisp sequence to steady the ship. My word, both of them were practically dead, but he somehow managed to pull through with the tiniest bit of health left. He's really starting to make his mark on the world number one. Vortex is just cruising along with a commanding 10-6 lead. A surprising turn of events for the world's top-ranked player. Phantom keeps fighting back, now trailing by 3. His 23 wins today are finally starting to translate. Another effortless shot for the challenger, proving he's not going away quietly. A very clean sequence to shut down any remaining momentum. Vortex just shut down that momentum swing, and he's practically within reach of the win. The world number one is struggling to find an answer here. Absolutely wild. He nearly goes down in that brawl, but barely stays alive to reach match point. Total scramble to get the upper hand there. Phantom holds his ground in a grueling exchange to keep the dream alive. This is a massive swing for the higher ranked player. Game over. Vortex shuts the door with an effortless final shot to seal the victory. He just completely shook the rankings today, taking down the number one seed with a truly dominant performance. Welcome everyone, we have Vortex and Havoc facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top today. Vortex is walking into this series with a lot of confidence after taking a 4-win streak into the match. It's definitely helping him look sharp in these early exchanges. Now we just have to see if Havoc can find any way to break that momentum. Vortex is absolutely dominating things with a quick 2-0 lead. The higher seed is looking every bit the favorite right now. Havoc manages to secure the kill from the ramp, keeping this set very competitive. A really tough opening to the day for Havoc given that 11-game slump. Havoc is completely turning the tide here, using that ramp position to claw back into a deadlock. Vortex edges ahead just as Havoc regained ground. Neither player is giving an inch in this closely contested battle. Havoc is playing a very disciplined game, consistently taking advantage of that high ground. The ranking gap isn't playing a factor in this one. Havoc is really putting on a show, putting the pressure on Vortex with that aggressive play from the ramp. Total parity now as both players sit at 4. He's keeping that overall head-to-head lead comfortably in hand. That was a lightning fast trade. Both of them were fighting for the same space on the ramp, and Havoc just happened to be a split second quicker. Havoc is just too fast today, catching Vortex right as he stepped into the window. Vortex was far too quick, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold that winebox position. He has a significant head-to-head advantage over the course of their history. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, it's surprising to see such a close score given Havoc's current struggle in his recent matches. Both players are firmly in the fight for this set. New side. Vortex manages to pull ahead by a single point. He's definitely looking more comfortable now compared to their last match. What a fight! Vortex barely walks away from that one after clearing him off the ramp. He's just starting to assert himself after that break. Havoc is refusing to let this game slip away, coming out of the window to bring the score level. And just like that, we are deadlocked at 8 apiece. Havoc is proving that the rating difference isn't everything today. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another effortless victory to keep the streak alive. Vortex manages to shut that down, knocking him off the ramp to keep things level. Havoc is really starting to tighten the grip on this one, finding a great angle from the bricks. He's really fighting through that 10-26 record he's had today. Unbelievable. Vortex scrapes through that exchange with nearly nothing left, barely surviving to bring us back to a 10-10 tie. Absolute nail-biter on that final exchange. Havoc secures the advantage, taking this one down from the planks. He is really fighting his way back into this match. He holds the line from the ramp to secure another victory, putting him just one step away from the finish. Vortex shuts him down from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is really mounting on the underdog now. Incredible. Havoc closes it out and secures the victory. He just completely snapped that losing streak in the most dramatic way possible. This was an absolute grind. He really earned it. Welcome to the show. Phantom and Havoc are facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Phantom really used that wine position well to kick things off, putting immediate pressure on Havoc. Phantom has owned this matchup historically with a 64% win rate, but Havoc is playing with a huge chip on his shoulder after those previous losses. It'll be interesting to see if those old numbers actually matter today. We're completely deadlocked now with both players tied up. Phantom is really starting to build some steam here, and he manages to shut down that wine angle with ease. He's comfortably playing to that #1 seed right now. He's completely taking control of this map, now extending his run to 3 straight. Havoc responds quickly with a clean shot to cut the lead down. He's showing a bit more fight than in the last meeting. Unbelievable. Phantom barely survives with a single point of health after clutching the duel from the wine. Phantom holds a narrow edge as we enter round 9. Havoc is definitely fighting his way back into the match. Phantom's recent 23-13 run over the last day shows exactly why he's the top seed, but his performance against Vortex earlier today was quite a struggle. It's a real test of mental fortitude to see if he can keep this lead stable. Phantom takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Well, it's going exactly how we thought it would. He's playing like the world #1, but Havoc needs to tighten up his defense if he wants to stay in this. Time for a fresh start. Phantom is absolutely running away with it, leading 9-4. His top tier placement on the ladder is showing in these exchanges. Havoc strikes back, cutting the deficit to 9-5. He's definitely looking to overturn his poor 10% recent form. Phantom is just way too consistent. He's really tightening the noose on Havoc now. It's a tough spot for the #8 seed to recover from. Phantom pushes a commanding lead at 10-6. A huge fight from the #8 seed to stay relevant. These quick exchanges are just brutal. Neither player is giving an inch today. Looking back, the #1 seed just seems to have his number. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Phantom puts himself in a position to end it right here. A quick reaction from Havoc to keep his hopes alive in this series. Just a desperate fight to stop the inevitable. He stays sharp, continuing this current surge to keep the dream alive. The underdog is showing some serious resilience right now. Absolutely effortless. He simply cannot be stopped right now as he continues this hot streak. What a finale. He secures the match victory from the wine. He really proved why he's sitting at the top of the rankings today. Havoc put up a decent fight, but he just couldn't close that gap. Welcome to the show. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off today on Dunes to see who comes out on top. Phantom is sitting at the top of the ladder right now, which explains why he looks so composed early on. And honestly, he has typically been the one to dominate this particular pairing over time. We just have to see if Vortex can actually find a way to flip the script. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. His status as the top seed is starting to show. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Phantom is just reacting instantly right now. The world #1 is truly making his presence felt. Absolute perfection from the leader, shutting everything down in less than a second. What a scrap. He barely walks away from that one after clearing the box. That's a vital fight won to keep this game reachable. That was a brutal slugfest, and he's now claimed 2 straight to stay in this. He's putting some serious pressure on the favorite now. Unbelievable. He claws his way back into a tie, barely surviving after pulling the opponent off the box. He's really fighting through the tension to stay alive. Another effortless exchange, and the lead has completely shifted in his favor. He finds the opening shot to pull the map back to a dead heat. He's certainly showing why he holds that top seed spot. Phantom holds a slim edge as we enter round 12. He's certainly showing why he's the top seed right now. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. It's a very balanced start so far, which keeps things right in line with how we expected this to play out. A clean slate for both. Phantom just puts a stop to that momentum, quickly picking Vortex off the box. The head-to-head numbers really favor the leader here. He's showing a lot of grit to keep this push going, bringing everything back to a level set. That exchange took a bit more time to resolve. Phantom creeps ahead by a single point as we start round 15. That high rating for the top seed is starting to weigh heavy. Vortex shuts him down on the box to bring this entire series back to a dead draw. He secures another victory from the box, continuing an impressive climb back into this game. Phantom handles the high ground and keeps the pressure high. Neither player is blinking as they head into the final stretch. Phantom holds onto a precarious 1-round lead here. His overall win rate shows he's usually much more consistent. Phantom is completely taking over the server, securing his 3rd straight victory in a row. A huge shift in power from that earlier meeting today. What an insane fight. He practically walked through a wall of fire to survive with almost nothing left. That was an absolute nail-biter to get back in this. He just cannot be stopped right now, wiping the floor with the opponent to bring the match completely level. He simply outplayed the favorite yet again, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. Absolute focus on the trigger right now. A fierce exchange from the boxes, and Phantom claims it to force a tie. The top seed is finally finding his footing in the clutch. Phantom is really starting to tear through these rounds, putting a huge amount of pressure on the opponent. Now, that's quite a run for the top-rated player today. Vortex refuses to break, evening things up at 13 apiece in this overtime thriller. What a way to force a tiebreaker in this absolute dogfight. Phantom is playing it so smart here, just barely keeping the edge as the game stretches on. A classic battle between the top two seeds today. A completely untouchable effort to keep the pressure on, maintaining this incredible surge. The momentum is swinging wildly back and forth. Phantom manages to outlast him in a frantic exchange to take a huge lead. Vortex is making the top seed really work for every single point. Unbelievable. Phantom closes the deal with a clean finish to secure the victory. He just barely managed to outlast one of the toughest opponents in the scene. That's how you handle the pressure in overtime. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Havoc are stepping onto Mappas today to see who comes out on top in this match. Vortex draws first blood, quickly catching Havoc right as he stepped onto the ramp. The higher rated man starts things off as expected. Unbelievable. He manages to outlast him by a sliver of health, knocking him off the ramp. Havoc is definitely pushing back now, taking control of the map from the bottom. He's looking to repeat that victory from their last meeting. Whoa, that was a total war of attrition. Both players were nearly gone, but he manages to scrape by. The rank 3 player is just starting to flex that advantage. He barely survives that chaotic exchange, keeping his lead firmly in hand. Looking to make up for that loss on fast aim. He's simply too fast right now, securing another effortless point. Havoc manages to secure a round from the ramp to close the gap to 5-2. The huge mental boost after that result on fast aim. Vortex is really starting to distance himself, making quick work of Havoc on that ramp. Vortex holds a convincing lead in their career total head-to-head records. But he has been struggling to close the gap lately since Havoc has actually won 3 of their last 5 meetings. It'll be interesting to see if he can snap that trend now. He's showing great grit, taking the second straight point to close this gap further. He's completely shut down the momentum shift from earlier. Vortex manages to shut him down on the ramp, putting himself in a very comfortable position here. He's shaking off those 2 losses from earlier in the day. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as the rankings predicted. He's got the edge here, so we'll see if Havoc can adjust on the other side. Time for a fresh start here. Vortex is on a tear now, just completely dismantling anyone who tries to hold that ramp. The gap between the 2 on the ladder is feeling very real right now. Vortex is putting an incredible amount of pressure on him now, securing the win from the blue. That's a tough mountain to climb, given his 10-26 run today. What a scramble. He almost went down, but manages to outlast him in a total firefight. That massive head-to-head lead is really starting to show. A clean response from Havoc to keep the fight alive. That was a remarkably swift exchange. Vortex just needed an opening, and he found it, picking him right off the ramp to reach match point. He's really making a statement in this series. And there it is. A perfect final shot to wrap everything up for Vortex. He really looked like the better man today, completely shutting down any hope of a comeback. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange today for a great matchup between Phantom and Havoc, though the favorite here is definitely Phantom. Phantom holds a huge advantage in the all-time head-to-head with 876 wins. It's a lead that reflects his overall consistency over the long haul, but he's clearly feeling some pressure early on in this set. Phantom staring down a narrow lead right now. His recent 13-9 result against the same opponent proves he's the man to beat. Both players are trading rounds back and forth, completely refusing to let the other pull away. Phantom holds a slim edge as we head into round 6. He's certainly acting like the league's top-rated player right now. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-round cushion. His recent 23-13 run today shows exactly how peaked he is. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taken over the map now. A tough stretch for the 9th ranked man right now. He's just on fire, securing another point to extend that run. The number 1 seed is putting on a clinic. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking his 5th consecutive round without losing a single point of health. The gap in their current form is appearing quite wide here. Havoc finds his mark to finally put a stop to the runaway sequence. A nice bit of resistance from the 9th ranked guy. Havoc has really struggled to find footing today, coming into this with a 927 record over the last day. It makes the uphill battle feel even steeper when you're fighting a deficit like this. I wonder if he can actually find a way to flip the script. We go into the break at 8-4 for Phantom. I mean, everything about this first half is playing out exactly how we expected. The world number 1 is simply proving too strong on this map. Phantom's cruising along now with a 5-round lead. He's continuing to look like the gold standard for the league. Phantom just can't be stopped, leading 10-4. His recent form across the last 10 matches has been a struggle. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Havoc is fighting hard to keep this series from slipping away. Phantom is putting huge pressure on the clock here, leaving almost no room for any mistakes. He shuts down that mini comeback instantly and now stands just a single point away from victory. And that's it. A perfect final encounter wraps things up for Phantom. He's really riding a wave of confidence today, and it shows in his movement on this map. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking strong today. Phantom historically dominates this rivalry with a 60% head-to-head win rate. Well, that's a heavy weight to carry, but he's clearly under a lot of pressure after that shaky start today. We have to see if he can actually flip the switch. Vortex is pulling ahead, leading 2-1. The number 1 seed is finally starting to show some teeth. Phantom is really starting to seize control here, taking the lead in a flash. He's certainly playing like the top seed in the league right now. Vortex finds the gap from the window to pull back ahead. The top-rated guy in the league is feeling the heat right now. Vortex just puts on a clinic from the wine box, continuing to pile on the pressure. A rough start for the top seed on the ladder. Phantom has no trouble dealing with the height advantage here, trading blows and keeping this very close. Phantom is on a roll right now, picking off Vortex from the ground to keep the momentum going. The world number 1 is looking extremely steady right now. Phantom is just cruise control now, securing that pick from the ramp to keep his run going. He's really showing why he holds that number 1 spot. He manages to secure another round from the ramp and keeps this run alive. He's truly asserting his authority after that 16-14 victory on Dunes. He secures another effortless kill from the ramp, continuing his run as we head into the break. Vortex is now facing a mountain to climb. It's 7-5 in favor of Phantom. Well, the betting odds makers really miscalculated here. Phantom is proving that his 67% map win rate is no fluke as he takes this lead into the second half. Let's see who strikes first. Phantom really seems to be capitalizing on his experience here, since he's managed a strong 23-13 record over the last day. It's clear that momentum is swinging heavily in his favor right now. The question is if Vortex can find a way to slow this slide down. Vortex stays sharp to close out another one, continuing this impressive rally. The pressure is definitely building for the favorite now. Phantom is not letting this slip, quickly shutting down the ramp to extend his cushion. A steady showing from the top seed today. Phantom pushes the gap to 10-7 with that play. The top 5% of the ladder is feeling the weight. He's staying remarkably resilient, refusing to let the gap widen further. A really solid display of resilience from the underdog so far. Phantom is just too fast today, quickly putting a hold on that ramp and pushing the gap further. He cleans up from the toolbox to put himself just 1 round away from victory. His overall form today has been essentially flawless. What a way to close it out! He takes the final round and secures the win. He just completely owned that server. It's a tough way to end the day for Vortex after a fierce battle. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Vortex and Havoc facing off, with the favorite looking to stay on top. Vortex holds a substantial lead in their all-time head-to-head record, and considering he just beat Havoc in a blowout match earlier today, the momentum looks incredibly strong. It will be tough for Havoc to shift that energy. Havoc is digging deep to close that 2-1 gap. A gritty performance, especially given those tough results earlier today. Havoc has completely shifted the energy here, erasing that early deficit to tie things up. Things look a lot different than they did against the number 3 seed. He completely controls the pace, now securing another point from the Tetris. It's a huge swing for him, considering those struggles earlier today. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another victory to keep his streak alive. Quite the reversal compared to those rankings. What a scramble! He claws out the victory in a desperate firefight to keep the momentum rolling. A complete 180 from his recent form over the last 10 games. Vortex shows some real resolve here, refusing to let the lead slide further away. Just a quick adjustment and he's back in the mix. He's staying aggressive and continuing this push to close the gap. The pressure is starting to build for the current leader. Incredible. A surge from the comeback king, finally leveling the series. The favorite is finally stepping up to challenge this deficit. And another one falls. He's simply on fire as he charges toward a huge lead before the break. We're headed into the break with a tied score at 6-6. The favorite is keeping his head above water, but it's been a dead heat. Havoc is definitely playing above his usual map win rate today. Fresh start. Let's see who blinks. Vortex simply outpaced him there, showing great strength to reclaim a one-round advantage. The higher rank is definitely finding his footing after that shaky start. He just shuts it down, cutting Havoc off the ramp to keep this comeback alive. The gap in their raw skill is starting to show now. He's just unstoppable right now, extending the lead and putting the pressure firmly on his opponent. Havoc answers back immediately with a crisp shot, showing a lot of heart to stay in this. Vortex simply refuses to fold, quickly picking him off the Tetris to extend that lead. He's starting to look like the heavy favorite again. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape through with a sliver of health to hold that lead. That was a nail biter, barely any health left there. Havoc is refusing to let this slide, keeping things interesting just as we approach the finish line. A total shutdown from the top of the map, putting him just one round away from victory. He's fully reclaiming the dominance we expected from his seeding. Havoc finally finds an opening, delaying that closing moment by a single round. He's trying to push past that earlier deficit against the favorite. Havoc manages to clear him off the ramp, continuing a tenacious push to stay in the game. It's a surprising trend for the underdog to be this consistent. What a finish. Vortex closes it out in style to secure the match victory. Havoc put up a hell of a fight today, but he just couldn't find the final gear to close it out. What a battle. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Phantom and Havoc facing off today, with the top-seeded favorite looking to keep their streak alive. A lightning fast start here for Havoc, who completely ignored the height advantage Phantom had. Phantom holds a massive 87-48 lead in their historical matchups, and honestly the gap in their overall rating suggests he should be dominating here. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the momentum before this slips away. Havoc is absolutely cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. Phantom proves too quick, knocking Havoc off that perch to keep things tight. He's looking much more like that #1 seed now. We're all squared up now with both players tied. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. That's an incredible sequence. He is just taking over the match right now. Unreal. He claws it back to survive with almost nothing, leaving the other player dead on the box. The gap in skill is definitely showing on the server right now. He is simply untouchable right now, picking up his 5th straight to take a command lead. Just completely outclassed. He's now sitting on 6 straight for a healthy lead. The auras are totally different after that recent 13-5 result. He just keeps piling them on, dragging Havoc right off that box for a 7th straight victory. Phantom goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Well, that's exactly what we expected from the top seed. He's just too strong right now, and it's clear he owns this matchup. Havoc needs a huge spark here. Phantom is having a bit of a rough day with a 23-13 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, he's certainly still the favorite, but that inconsistency gives Havoc a real window to claw back into this. Phantom is just relentlessly cruising toward a double-digit lead. A strong effort from the 9th ranked player here. Havoc is starting to put up a fight, putting together a nice little run here. Things are looking a bit different than that 13-5 shutout. Phantom puts an end to that brief momentum shift by picking Havoc right off the box. It's been a tough day for his side of the bracket. Pressure is mounting for the top seed as Havoc starts to make this a real contest. He shuts that down completely to bring us to match point. The top seed looks completely composed in this closing stretch. A huge stop for Havoc here, keeping the dream alive in this final stretch. That was an incredibly clean finish to force another round. Game over. Phantom seals the deal and closes it out. He's just on another level today, keeping his momentum going with that dominant performance on the sand. Welcome everyone. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Italy to see who can claim the victory today. Phantom holds a huge advantage here with over 2,000 head-to-head wins, and honestly that psychological edge is evident as he moves into the second round. Now the pressure is really on the third seed to close the gap. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, taking a third straight to keep the momentum shifting entirely his way. Absolute perfection from the challenger, moving his lead to 4. The current world #1 is looking utterly untouchable. Vortex finally finds an opening to get back on the board. A gritty response from the third-ranked player in the league. He's proving difficult to shake, putting together a second straight to cut the lead. Phantom has been lighting it up with a 24-12 record today. It's clear he's coming into this series with massive confidence. We'll have to see if Vortex can find a way to disrupt that flow. A completely unscathed play there as Vortex refuses to buckle under the pressure. Phantom maintains a commanding 3-round cushion over Vortex. It's hard to argue with the top seed's form today. Vortex keeps the pressure high, clawing back another round to tighten the gap. He's definitely playing closer to his potential now. Phantom still leads by 3 as we enter round 11. The world's top-rated player is just showing why he's the favorite. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the betting public expected Vortex to pull ahead, but the underdog is currently controlling the pace. He's showing why he has a 66% win rate on this map. Time for the side switch. Tough duel that just went his way as he continues this impressive climb back into the game. The underdog is clearly not intimidated by the rank difference. Phantom shuts that down quickly, cleaning him off the wine to hold a 2-round lead. A familiar result for the man at the top of our rating. Phantom is still comfortably ahead at 9-6. Really leaning on that superior head-to-head record today. The resilience is showing as Vortex manages to pull another one back. He's really fighting to keep this series within reach. He is just refusing to go away, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. The gap in the standings is suddenly feeling non-existent. Phantom holds the line from the wine, cutting off that momentum right in its tracks. He's having a phenomenal run throughout today's matches. Vortex manages to clear him of the wine, keeping this climb alive. That was an incredibly fast exchange of shots. This is becoming a real tug of war. Neither of them can put together a long streak right now. What a read. He just stepped out and shut down any hope of a quick closeout. The underdog is really making his case now. Unbelievable effort from the underdog, leveling the score and completely erasing that early deficit. Incredible. He survives a fierce exchange to seize the lead and put himself on match point. What a conclusion. He closes it out with a huge 4-round surge to take the victory. He just outlasted the best in the business. A truly legendary effort to take down the top seed today. What a match. Welcome to Orange. We have Vortex and Havoc facing off today, with Vortex entering as the favorite for this one. Vortex has a significant advantage in their lifetime rivalry with a 56% win rate over Havoc. It's interesting to see that edge ignored in this opening exchange. Havoc needs to capitalize on this early lead before the odds truly kick in. Vortex is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The three player on the ladder is certainly feeling the momentum. A completely effortless burst to secure another round, putting him firmly in the driver's seat. A tough trade-off there, but he manages to come out on top to maintain this huge run. He's coming into the server with an awful lot of confidence today. A sharp response here from Havoc, proving he isn't going to just let the lead slide. Havoc has struggled immensely in his most recent matches, falling to a 5-game losing streak in his last 10 outings. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle against both his current form and the quality of his opponent. He needs to find a way to disrupt this flow immediately. He's showing some real grit here, taking his second straight round to keep this close. The underdog is really starting to lean into this series. Unbelievable. Vortex manages to scrape through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. A tap, 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 tap. Vortex holds a commanding 3-round cushion at 7-4. His top-tier rating is starting to manifest in these exchanges. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as he predicted. That 4-round run really showed the difference in skill between these two players. Vortex is extending his lead to 8-5 right now. He's continuing a strong run after that 13-11 victory over Phantom. Vortex is just cruising along now at 9-5. He's really capitalizing on that top 5 placement today. A total shutout! He's outclassing his opponent right now with 3 straight rounds. He's definitely the one looking more comfortable in the server today. Another quick exchange ends in his favor, and that puts the pressure firmly back on Havoc. The top 5 placement is looking like a safe bet today. A quick response from Havoc, ending that streak in style. Vortex usually owns the advantage in their overall head-to-head history. Havoc is putting on a clinic right now, refusing to let the lead slip away any further. What a turnaround! He's now taken 3 straight to close the gap to 11-8. He is really fighting back after that 10-13 loss in their last game. He's absolutely on fire now, securing his 4th straight round with ease. The air has completely shifted in this server. What a statement play to hold that momentum and put the match on the line. The favorite just clamped down exactly when he needed to. What a finish. He closes it out in a flash to secure the victory. He's just too consistent for the other guy. Havoc put up a fight, but that's another win for the top 3 seeds. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for this match between Phantom and Havoc, with Phantom entering as the strong favorite. Havoc jumps right on him as he moves up the ramp, a quick start to the match. Phantom owns the head-to-head with a massive lead of over 800 rounds won. He usually manages to close things out against Havoc. It'll be interesting to see if he can regain his composure after this slow start. Phantom managed to track him down and clean up on that ramp, keeping this thing very close. The top seed is starting to flex his muscle. Both players are deadlocked at 2 apiece right now. The world number 1 is looking sharp today. Absolutely crushing it right now, putting together a 3-round streak with a perfect burst. He's putting a serious stranglehold on his opponent today. Havoc reacts faster and drops him right off the ramp to even things up. He's really shaking off that rough patch of results. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on, holding the high ground to take another round. An unexpected shift from what we've seen in their previous encounters. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange from the ramp to move his lead to 5-3. Really surprising to see given how poorly he's been playing today. He's just untouchable right now, continuing his hot streak with another effortless win. He shows some real grit here, digging out of a tough spot to chip away at that deficit. The underdog is still firmly in control of the pace. He's showing incredible tenacity here, securing another clean victory to close the gap. Havoc holds a 7-5 advantage as we head into the break. Honestly, the rankings suggested a totally different story here. We might be looking at a shock result if the underdog keeps this up. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. He is refusing to go away, securing a perfect round to bring the score to 6-7. He's finally starting to look like the powerhouse we expected. Havoc is absolutely defying the odds by keeping his head above water, especially coming off a tough 8-29 run over the last day. It's just surprising to see him stay this composed against the number 1 seed in the league. We'll see if this confidence can carry him to a full upset. Havoc is still extending his lead to 9-7. Absolutely shocking, we're seeing the number 11 seed hold this lead. He manages to clear him off the ramp, staying strong in this push to narrow the gap. The gap in their ladder positions is barely showing right now. Phantom secures another one from the ramp, bringing this series all the way back to a deadlock. Absolute chaos as we head into the final stretch of regulation. Havoc just secures another one from the box and he's officially back in the driver's seat. An incredible turnaround from the 10% form he's seen recently. What a scramble. He just barely clings to life with a handful of health to take the round. That is an unbelievable series of close calls for him today. A lightning fast execution to put him on the verge of victory. What a finish. Havoc cleans up the final round to secure a massive upset victory. He played out of his mind today, completely ignoring the history between these two. Just an incredible performance by the underdog. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. Vortex and Phantom are ready to go, and the favorite faces a tough challenge today. Phantom generally owns this rivalry with a 60% win rate across their shared history. It's interesting to see him on the back foot now after a few tough results recently. He'll need to shake that off quickly if he wants to get back in control. Vortex is currently riding a strong momentum surge. Vortex is really putting that rank 2 status on display here. Neither one of these guys is giving an inch today. It's a complete deadlock. Just a reminder that we are looking at the best player in the league. There was a tight exchange, both of them fighting for the same ground on the ramp there. He's showing no signs of slowing down after that dominant run against Havoc earlier. We are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece now. It's a classic battle between the two highest rated players we have. Phantom barely edges ahead with a 4-3 lead. It looks like the favorite is starting to assert his will. Phantom is on a tear right now, picking up his 3rd straight victory. That's exactly the performance you'd expect from the top spot on the ladder. He just secures another victory, picking Vortex right off the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. His overall career stats really show in a series like this. Just a complete shutout on that round, and he keeps this unbelievable run going. We're seeing the top seed fully reclaim his territory. Vortex manages to knock him off the ramp just as we head toward the mid-game break. A timely reset before the players swap sides. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead, and honestly, he's making the most of his map advantage here. It's a bit of a surprise given the betting lean, but the top seed is proving he belongs in the lead. Time to see if that holds. Vortex has looked incredibly sharp recently with a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. It's a real contrast to how he's playing today. Despite that overall confidence, he needs to find a way to break through these defense patterns if he wants to claw back into this. Phantom's comfortably in the driver's seat at 96. He really reacted quickly on that one to shut the door. Phantom's looking really sharp today. He's nearly reached double digits in the win column. A very disciplined play to secure a commanding 4-round lead. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now. The distance between these two is widening fast. Vortex has really slowed things down here. He's refusing to let the lead slide too far away. He's certainly feeling the pressure after that loss to Havoc earlier. Another swift victory for the favorite, who now only needs one more round to seal the series. Vortex really struggled to find any rhythm in the first half. And there it is. Phantom closes out the match with a final shot to a stunned Vortex. He really looked a step ahead most of the time today, proving exactly why he's sitting at the top of the boards. Welcome to the Dunes. Vortex is the favorite today, but Havoc is ready to fight for the win. Vortex currently holds a strong historical advantage, winning over 56% of their total meetings. It makes sense why he's the favorite here, especially coming off a recent victory against Havoc in their last head-to-head. We'll see if that dominance continues through the first half. What a scramble. Both players nearly traded everything, but he just barely pulls through. Vortex is really cruising now with a commanding 3-1 lead. The momentum is firmly with the favorite, and he just tore through that duel without taking a single point of damage. Havoc isn't going quietly, answering back with a precise shot to keep things interesting. He needed that to avoid falling too far behind early. The ratings gap is pretty noticeable here, with Vortex sitting at number 3. Well, it's a clear contrast to Havoc, who has been struggling with a very poor win rate over his last 10 matches. He's really needing to find a way to stabilize this game. Vortex is just outclassing him, leading 6-3. Surprisingly, he actually likes this map more than the other guy. Vortex is putting on a serious show right now, really putting his opponent on the defensive. He is really putting his top 5 ranking to the test here. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that scramble with a tiny sliver of health remaining. That's already his second huge victory today. Vortex takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's playing great, making the most of his 21-15 record from today. Let's see if Havoc wakes up. Vortex is nearly untouchable, extending his lead to 10-3. He's certainly making the most of his superior rating today. Havoc is staring at a steep 10-4 mountain. A very quick cleanup by the under. Vortex is simply too fast for him right now. He's just outclassing everything Havoc throws at him. Just one step away from taking the match right now. He's looking every bit like the favorite in this series. Havoc finally gets around back with a lightning fast reflex shot. A quick snapshot of what he's capable of. Absolute chaos. Vortex survives by a single sliver of health to seal the match. He just completely dismantled everything Havoc tried to set up today. A total blowout from start to finish. Welcome to the show, everyone. Phantom and Havoc are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom starts strong, catching Havoc right as he stepped up the ramp. The league's top-rated player is looking sharp early on. Phantom holds a huge 878 to 484 advantage in their lifetime head-to-head. He's really looking to push that gap even wider right now. We just saw Havoc grab a victory in their most recent meeting, so it'll be interesting to see if he can find that same energy to stop this run. Havoc gets a fast reaction, picking him off the ramp to put up a fight. The underdog is finally starting to push back. He's staying composed, securing another quick win to narrow the gap. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Phantom shuts that door quickly, catching him just as he tried to hold the ramp. He's definitely trying to shake off that 927 start today. Phantom is really starting to pull away after picking Havoc right off that toolbox. The world #1 is firmly back in control. He's completely shut him down now, securing another effortless victory. Havoc creates some space for himself, securing a clean win from the ramp. A solid response from the #9 seed. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now, securing that win from the ramp to keep his lead firmly intact. It's a strong showing from a guy sitting at the top of the ladder. Phantom's day has been a bit of a roller coaster with a 24-12 record so far. It's clear he's finally found the consistency needed to outclass the 9th seed. He's essentially playing his natural game right now. We've got a 9-3 lead for Phantom heading into the break. I mean, it's almost exactly how we expected this to go. He's simply outplaying Havoc right now. And it shows in the scoreline. Time for a quick reset. Phantom just completely dismantled him as he tried to hold that ramp. His superior rating is on full display tonight. This is getting out of hand. Havoc is just a spectator at this point. Huge shot to clear him off that ramp and bring us to match point. A rough day for a guy typically inside the top 10. Absolute perfection. Phantom closes out the series in style to secure least of all doubts. Just complete dominance from the top seed, who looked like he was playing a completely different game tonight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got an exciting matchup today as Vortex takes on the heavily favored Phantom. Phantom currently leads the head-to-head with a 2100 to 1300 round advantage. It's quite a bit to overcome, but Vortex has already managed to grab that first round. Let's see if he can turn this into a real upset. We'll be right back with more action from Italy after a very quick break. And we are back in action on Italy, with Vortex holding a 1-0 lead. He's showing why he sits at the top of the ladder. Phantom takes a narrow lead as we hit 2-1. The top seed is starting to assert himself here. A completely effortless kill to keep the momentum swinging his way. The top seed is simply too sharp today. What a chaotic exchange, but he comes out on top to secure a 4th straight victory. He's truly playing at the top of his game right now. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending that streak to 5 straight. The number 1 seed is clearly in control here. Vortex manages to find a way back into this, slowing down that momentum. Phantom's win rate on this map is a solid 66%, and it looks like he's translating that map knowledge into real results today. He's comfortably managing the tempo against the top 5 opponent. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to break this flow. He is refusing to back down, putting together another impressive win to close the gap. He's starting to look like a real threat in this series. absolute precision from Vortex. He's completely seized control of this match. Unbelievable. He's clawed his way back from a massive deficit to tie this setup. This is a completely different result than we predicted going in. Phantom takes a 7-6 lead into the break. It's still a very close battle despite the hype around Vortex coming into this. He'll need a strong start on the other side to close this out. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Phantom regains a 2-round cushion with an 8-6 lead. It's becoming clear why he holds the top spot on the ladder. Phantom pulls even further ahead, now leading 9-6. The top-rated player in the league is simply too consistent today. A completely effortless exchange as he shuts down the comeback attempt and takes total control. He's certainly making a strong case for that top seed placement. He's completely untouchable right now, extending his lead to 11 with another flawless victory. The world #1 is making it look effortless. Vortex is still alive in this, securing a quick round to keep things interesting. Vortex is putting on a surprising show here, refusing to let this slide into a blowout. That is a crushing blow for Vortex, and now Phantom is just 1 round away from victory. Absolute chaos. Vortex somehow scrapes through that exchange to keep his hopes alive. That was a nail-biter of a finish. He's really digging deep to prolong this. What an incredible display of grit. Holding the line again to keep this battle alive. He is absolutely on fire now. Securing another clean kill to extend the run. He's completely flipped the script on this series. The fight is over. Phantom manages to shut him down on the vine to claim the match. Vortex really pushed him to the limit there, but the #1 seed just managed to keep his cool. He really had to sweat for that one. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Redline. We've got Vortex and Havoc facing off today, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Vortex currently holds a commanding 725-577 lead in their head-to-head record. The ratings also suggest a significant gap in skill, making this early deficit a bit surprising. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can actually sustain the pressure. They've completely erased any lead for now. We are back to a dead heat as we head into the 5th. Havoc just snatched the lead, putting him up 3-2. He's really capitalizing on that early momentum. Unreal. He clings to a narrow lead and barely survives that fight from the ramp. A massive contrast in form today, as we're seeing a huge gap in their recent activity. Vortex is on a roll right now, taking complete control and shutting Havoc down, even from the boxes. A tough run of things for Havoc, who's barely won 8 maps today. Vortex shuts it down from the ramp to build a promising lead. Vortex is proving why he currently sits at the third spot. Havoc responds immediately with a crisp shot to keep things tight. The underdog has shown a lot of resilience in this set. Havoc has really been struggling today with a rough 8-28 record over the last 24 hours. Well, it's becoming a struggle for him to find any real answer to the pace Vortex is setting. He'll need to find a way to stabilize his play before the halftime break. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, things are going exactly as the numbers predicted. He looked very strong during that 3-round run-in, and it seems like Havoc is still fighting an uphill battle. Time to see a response. Vortex just extends that lead to a dominant 9-4. He's really showing that class difference right now. Havoc claws one back to bring it to 9-5. It's a surprising shift in momentum for the number 11 seed. Havoc is putting up a real fight, holding that ramp high ground to keep the pressure on. Vortex extends the gap to a healthy 10-6. Vortex is certainly making the most of his high seat tonight. Vortex is putting a real stranglehold on the match now, leaving Havoc with a steep hill to climb. Havoc keeps the server, surprising us, refusing to let Vortex wrap this up quickly. He's had a tough run of things today. Havoc is putting on a show, taking the fight right to the ramp to keep this duel alive. The pressure is really mounting now for the front runner. A clean finish for the leader, who now needs only one more to seal the deal. The high seed composure is really on display throughout this series. Havoc manages to secure this one, delaying the inevitable by a few more seconds. A quick reaction to keep the tension. Absolute perfection to close it out, dropping a clean shot right through Havoc on the ramp. He really took control of the server when it mattered, proving he's a force to be reckoned with on Redline. Welcome to Mepas. We have Phantom taking on Havoc today, though the top-ranked favorite looks very strong right now. Phantom enters this set with a convincing 25-10 record over the last day. Well, that momentum is definitely showing early on against an opponent who's currently struggling to find any footing. Havoc needs to figure out a way to disrupt this pace before it snowballs. Phantom keeps the pressure high, leading 2-1. A brutal collision on the ramp, and Phantom is just too sharp for him. He's just untouchable right now, taking this one down in a blink. A very clean response here, as Havoc puts up another fight to narrow the gap. His recent form showed he could hold his own in these exchanges. Welcome to the arena. Vortex and Phantom are stepping up for a great match, though the favorite faces a tough test. Phantom brings a strong 63% win rate on this map into the server. I mean, he's generally been the one to come out on top whenever these two clash. It will be interesting to see if he can regain that control after a shaky start. Phantom keeps his cool and punishes Vortex for playing too high on the ramp. A quick response from the top seed. Vortex is absolutely dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. Both players decided to fight for the same ground, but Vortex was just a fraction faster. The best player on the ladder is really feeling the pressure here. He's simply too fast right now, taking total control of the pace. A tough spot for the league's current top seed. That was a frantic scramble, but he survives the exchange to extend his lead to 6-1. He really can't keep the momentum from that last encounter today. Phantom manages to claw back around, keeping the score at 6-2. He has certainly proven his class in the top spot before. Vortex keeps the momentum high, securing the win from the ramp and putting a huge dent in Phantom's hopes. Vortex really seems to have the upper hand in their head-to-head history today. Vortex is playing with total confidence despite being the underdog according to the betting outlook. He's managing to completely shut down the top-rated player in the league. We have to wonder if this is just a temporary lapse for Phantom. He keeps the pressure on and shuts down any hope of a comeback here. It's a complete reversal of how the odds usually play out. Vortex heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, everything is going exactly as planned for him. He's simply outclassing Phantom right now and looks poised to close this out early. Vortex is just cruising along with a 10-3 lead. He's putting on a clinic despite his opponent's overall head-to-head lead. Vortex is just flying through these rounds, barely giving Phantom any time to react. The league's top-rated talent is just not finding an answer here. Phantom is putting up a fight, showing why he holds that top seed position despite the score. He's certainly trying to push back to his habitual dominance. He just secures another round from the boost, moving a single step closer to victory. It's a complete turnaround from their previous encounters. Unbelievable. He barely survives the exchange to seal the victory right here. He just completely dismantled the #1 seed in what had to be the most unexpected performance of the day. Welcome everyone, we have Vortex and Havoc facing off on orange, with Vortex entering as the strong favorite today. Vortex holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, having won over 500 more rounds than his opponent across their long rivalry. That mental edge is definitely showing early on. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can actually break that pattern today. Vortex is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's really fighting through a rough day after those early losses. Havoc is really picking up speed here, completely flipping the script on the first 3 rounds. Vortex just barely keeps the lead at 3-2. His opponent's last few matches haven't been pretty. Vortex extends his cushion to a 4-2 lead. Havoc is really making this a grind, refusing to let Vortex pull away from the set. Vortex enters this set having won 21 rounds today. He's playing with a lot more confidence than Havoc, who has struggled to keep his head above water throughout the last day. It'll be tough for Havoc to shift that momentum if the score gap continues to widen. Showing real grit now, tightening the gap to just 2 rounds. The underdog is definitely fighting back to stay relevant. Vortex catches him right on the ramp to put some serious distance between them now. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He's maintaining a steady pace though. Havoc is keeping the score close for now. Havoc needs to find a spark now. Vortex reads him perfectly and just wipes him off the ramp to push his lead back to 3. The 2 seed is really asserting his authority here. What a shot! He just deleted the opposition in less than a second. A quick response to get back in the mix. Vortex is cruising now, pulling ahead to a 9-6 lead. His recent struggles are really starting to weigh on him. Vortex reaches 10, putting some real pressure on Havoc. It's becoming a bit of a landslide for the higher ranked man. He just completely dismantles that position on the ramp to keep his streak alive. His recent struggles across the board are becoming very apparent. Absolute control now as he secures another, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. The gap in their skill levels is becoming impossible to ignore. Finally, a response from the trading side to slow things down. It's a tough climb considering how dominant the favorite has looked. And there it is, Vortex closes out the series with a clean finish to seal the victory. He's just on another level right now, continuing a really hot streak of form for the number 2 seed. Welcome to Italy for today's match. Phantom and Havoc are stepping up to the line to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this one with an impressive 27-9 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a massive amount of confidence into this series. Havoc needs to find a way to disrupt that flow early if he wants to stay in the game. Havoc is now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The momentum has completely shifted and he's just put a stranglehold on this match. Quite a reversal from their last meeting. A fast response there to put a dent in that early lead. His superior ladder position is starting to show through. Phantom just keeps coming out on top here and he had no trouble picking him off from the wine. He just doesn't miss a beat. That's 3 straight for the leader. He really seems to have the read on his opponent today. And just like that, the score is level again. The top seed is fighting a tough battle for control here. Phantom takes a narrow lead with a 5-4 advantage. The historical gap in their head-to-head is definitely looming here. Havoc forces a dead heat at 5-all. It's a tough mountain to climb for the rank 12 player. Havoc is looking very dangerous right now, finding his mark from the wine to extend the lead. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of fight we wanted. Phantom is holding his own, but Havoc is definitely showing he can keep up today. Clean slate for the second half. Phantom pulls ahead again, edging it to 7-6. The top-rated player is proving why he holds that position. Phantom's just too quick on the draw, and that spot on the wine is proving to be a nightmare for Havoc. Absolutely effortless. He is just completely taking over this map right now. He's simply on another level right now, extending his run to 4 straight. He's really making his status as the #1 seed felt. He is simply unstoppable right now, claiming his 5th consecutive round with a perfect shot. Another lightning fast strike, and now he's just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable! He closes it out with a clean burst to secure the victory. That's a scary amount of momentum to end on, and he's definitely the one who looked sharper on this map today. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Fast Aim, where the top-ranked player looks to maintain his dominance. What a fight! Vortex manages to scrape by, barely surviving after picking the opponent off the ramp. Phantom settles things down quickly and secures a nice lead from the ramp. He looks remarkably sharp given how their last encounter went. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, shutting down Vortex's attempt to hold the ramp. The world number 1 is asserting his authority right now. Everything's back to square one with a dead hit. The underdog has certainly found some confidence today. Phantom is consistently outplaying the angle, making quick work of anyone venturing up the ramp. Unreal, Vortex barely holds on after a wild trade, taking Phantom off the ramp to tie this up. Vortex is building some serious momentum right now, taking another clean win from the ramp. Phantom usually has the upper hand in their head-to-head record. Phantom is just too quick today, effortlessly shutting down that push from the ramp. The world number 1 is definitely finding his footing here. Vortex really likes the vertical advantage, shutting Phantom down from the toolbox to take a slim lead. Phantom is reading the game beautifully, shutting down that ramp push to get back into the driver's seat. Both are playing at a peak level right now. Phantom holds a tight edge with a 6-5 lead. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. 7-5 for Phantom after the first 12 rounds. Well, it's looking like an upset might be brewing here. Vortex is struggling to keep pace with how effectively Phantom is utilizing this map. Time to see if Vortex responds. Phantom has a significant history of success over the years with a 60% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's looking more and more like that historical dominance is translating into a real lead today. He's clearly feeling the pressure of his top rank. Phantom makes a great read there, catching Vortex right as he stepped out from the toolbox. Vortex had taken that 13-4 victory in their most recent clash. Phantom is just untouchable from the ramp right now. His reaction speed is on another level. Vortex is refusing to back down, clearing Phantom right off that ramp to keep things interesting. A huge fight from the second best player on the ladder. Phantom just shuts down that ramp play, putting a serious dent in any hopes for a Vortex comeback. Phantom quickly shuts everything down, taking out Vortex from the ramp to reach match point. What a finish! Phantom closes it out perfectly to secure the victory. He's finally managed to wipe the slate clean after that rough outing in their last series. Just a totally convincing performance. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Vortex taking on Havoc on Mappas, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Vortex holds a substantial lead in their head-to-head history with over 700 total wins. It's interesting because he's clearly the more consistent player over a long sample size. The real test here is whether he can actually translate that dominance into a clean sweep today. Vortex is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Looking at those last 24 hours, he's been having a much tougher time. Havoc quickly levels things up here. We've got a complete deadlock early in the set. The gap in their ladder standings isn't showing up at all. Havoc is really starting to pile on the pressure, using that ramp advantage to pull ahead. He's playing a completely different game than the one we saw earlier. Vortex really shut that down, out-dueling Havoc while he was trying to hold the ramp. A huge bounce back for the number 2 seed. Vortex edges ahead by 1 after that massive play. His recent form has been night and day compared to his opponent's slump. He is just untouchable right now, securing his 3rd straight victory with ease. This is an extremely tough afternoon for the number 12 seed. What a scramble! He clawed his way back from the brink to secure another one. It's been a brutal day for the 12 seed, struggling throughout his matches. He's simply too fast, banishing Havoc from the ramp to keep this roll going. The gap in their rating is really starting to show. Havoc shuts things down by picking him off the ramp. He's fighting an uphill battle after an incredibly tough run today. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is going exactly as expected so far. Havoc has kept it close, but the top seed is clearly the more reliable player today. Time to see who handles the swap. Havoc has been struggling mightily today with a 5-31 record over the last 24 hours. That a crushing volume of losses, and it's making this climb back to a competitive score feel almost impossible. The real question is if he can find a way to break this momentum before the match slips away completely. Absolute speed from the favorite, ending this engagement in a heartbeat. Havoc manages to secure a clean exchange here to get back in the game. That was a surprisingly sharp exchange to end the round. Vortex is pulling away now, extending his lead to 10-7. His momentum is definitely shifting back into gear. Havoc is on fire now, picking up another quick duel to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's completely neutralized the gap in skill right now. He's absolutely locked in, holding that ramp for another victory and keeping the pressure high. Vortex looks completely rattled by this sudden swing. A fast reaction from the higher seed to hold that momentum. No. A flawless shot to put him in the driver's seat, leaving him just a single round from victory. He's really putting the noose around Havoc's neck now. He keeps fighting, refusing to let the set slip away with that lightning fast snap. He's showing plenty of heart in this late game surge. Game over. Vortex clears the ramp and secures the series win. Havoc really pushed him to the limit in the end, making him sweat for every single point. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. We've got Phantom and Havoc facing off, though the favorite looks strong going into this one. Phantom enters this series with a massive 28-8 record over the last day. It's clear the momentum is firmly on his side, especially since he just took a game off Havoc in their previous meeting. I wonder if that psychological edge will lead to a fast blowout here. He is just completely dismantling the competition right now. The #1 seed is putting on a clinic here. He simply doesn't miss, punishing his opponent right off that box. The ladder placement makes sense considering the gap we're seeing. The momentum is undeniable as he secures another win from the ramp. Havoc is really feeling the pressure of that 432 day. Havoc finally manages to get a round back on the board. A crucial look for the 12th ranked player to settle in. Phantom has won about 65% of their career meetings, and we are seeing that familiar pattern emerge again. You know, Havoc has been fighting a steep uphill battle throughout the day. I want to see if he can actually find a way to disrupt this pace. Phantom keeps pulling away, sitting comfortably at 6-3. A surprisingly clean run of rounds for the underpowered side. Phantom answers back immediately, refusing to let the momentum shift in Havoc's direction. The top seed is simply too sharp right now. Phantom is just dominating, leading it 8-3. The gap between these two on the ladder is really showing here. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He's just way too consistent for Havoc to keep up with right now. Time to see if Havoc wakes up. Phantom is absolutely cruising at 10-3. The top seed is simply in another class today. Havoc just needed to find a spot to hide, and those Tetris blocks worked out perfectly for him. It's rare to see the 12-seeded player find a window like that. Phantom just cleared him right out of heaven. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. The gap in skill is evident and is proving why he's #1. Havoc is really starting to trade blows with him now, managing to hold those blocks effectively. He's fighting for survival against the league's top-rated player. Unbelievable. He survives with a tiny sliver of health, securing another win from the ramp. He's showing some real resilience in this series. He shuts down the resistance immediately and now stands on the edge of victory. That was a quick reset for the leader. What a finale. Phantom shuts everything down to close out the match. He just looks completely untouchable right now. A really tough day for Havoc, who's struggling to find any answer for that pace. Welcome to Redline. We have an exciting matchup today between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see if the favorite can close this out. Phantom holds a huge lead over the career record with over 2,000 total wins against Vortex. I mean, that historical dominance makes this one-round lead feel like a natural progression of their rivalry. It'll be tough for the second best player in the league to find a way back. Unbelievable. He barely survives that fight from the ramp to keep the streak alive. He's certainly playing like the #1 seed right now. He just can't find any answers for those shots coming from the ramp. A clean start to match up with those dominant results against Havoc. Wow, he just barely clutched that one out to keep the 5-round tier going. That 13-7 result on fast aim seems to be repeating itself. Phantom is simply too strong, shutting down the play from the ramp to reach a 6-0 lead. The top seed is looking completely locked in right now. A complete shutdown as he secures another win from the ramp, moving to a massive 7-round lead. The top seed is just cruising through this one. Absolutely effortless. He's now 8 rounds clear of his opponent. A tough day so far for the #2 seed. He continues to dominate from the ramp, now sitting at a 9-round streak. He's putting on a display worthy of that top spot. Finally, Vortex manages to find his mark and knocks him right off those triple boxes. He's showing a bit more fire than we saw earlier. Vortex has certainly looked better since his recent win against Havoc. The pressure is shifting as he tries to turn this momentum into a full comeback. Now we have to see if the gap in their overall skill can bridge this sudden shift in energy. Phantom goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, this is a huge shift from what most expected. Vortex is fighting an uphill battle after allowing that early 9-round run. Vortex keeps clawing back, but Phantom still leads 9-4. Still managed to keep those HP high in that swap. Vortex is closing the gap, but it's still 9-5. His current form is mirroring that high energy win against Havoc. Phantom manages to shut that door quickly by holding the ramp. The favorite is showing exactly why he owns that top seed. Vortex is starting to lean into the Tetris for a big advantage and is finding some real success there. Those early map percentages might be starting to fade. Phantom is really putting the clamps on this match, refusing to let the momentum shift back to his opponent. That was an effortless stop to break the momentum, and now we are at match point. Vortex puts up a fierce fight, picking the favorite off the ramp to stay in the game. He needs a string of these to get back into the game. He's just too sharp right now, taking control from the ramp to keep this revival going. That was a clean sequence to put the pressure back on. What a finish. Phantom closes the show with a perfect strike from the Tetris to take the series. He really kept the pressure on, showing that those head-to-head numbers aren't just a fluke. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Vortex and Havoc facing off to see who can claim victory today. Vortex is clearly informed today, reacting fast to take Havoc down from that height. That's the second match of the day for the number 2 seed. Vortex has a strong history in this rivalry, leading their head-to-head record by quite a bit. It's a confidence boost for the favorite, especially after taking their last encounter. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can actually flip the script today. Havoc answers back instantly, showing he's not about to let the lead spiral out of reach. He's showing some real grit, securing a second straight point to keep this close. The underdog is refusing to fold early here. What a turnaround. He's locked in now, completely evening the score. Complete reset now, putting everything right back on the line. Vortex claims this exchange, regaining a slim edge in the set. Havoc has definitely struggled to close out games recently. Vortex has been in much tougher form lately, putting up a 22-14 record over the last day. He's really fighting to stay consistent in this set, and honestly, it seems like his natural skill edge is starting to outweigh Havoc's historical advantage on this map. Vortex holds a 2-point cushion heading into round 10. His current slump has him facing a mountain to climb here. Havoc is staying tenacious, walking away from that encounter without taking a single hit. He's fighting for every single inch of ground now. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we expected given the gap in rank. He's firmly in control, though he'll need to keep his foot on the gas to close this out. Time to swap sides. Vortex is pulling away, now leading by 3. The second ranked player is simply finding his range. He's staying composed, picking up another quick win to keep the pressure on. That was a quick reaction to snap back into the game. Vortex is cruising right now, extending the lead to 9-6. Havoc has been fighting a losing battle all day. Havoc just completely shut that down, refusing to let the deficit grow any wider. A surgical trade to keep the game within reach. Vortex is really stretching his lead out to 10-7. The rating gap is really starting to tell in this exchange. Goodness, he almost let that one slip. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to push his lead to 11-7. He outduels the opposition from the box, putting himself just one round away from the win. What a way to finish. He seals the series with a perfect final exchange. He really looked like he had the answer for everything here. It's a tough day for Havoc, who just can't seem to get any momentum going. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Havoc facing off on orange, where the heavy favorite looks to dominate. Phantom holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history. And honestly, the sheer volume of their previous encounters suggests he knows exactly how to read Havoc's movement. It will be interesting to see if that psychological edge is the primary driver here. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The #1 seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Both players are reacting almost instantly. Phantom is just relentless. Now leading by 3. The skill gap between these two is showing itself early. He's absolutely cruising right now, claiming another one to put a firm grip on this game. Havoc answers back and manages to keep his lead in check. He's fighting a tough uphill battle after a brutal run lately. Phantom enters this server with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. And honestly, that momentum is carrying over perfectly here. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, proving that the gap in the ratings is very real. Phantom is just far too sharp, catching Havoc as he tried to hold a vantage point on the ramp. The top seed is simply refusing to let him back into this. He's just completely untouchable right now, extending the lead to 8. Havoc is really feeling the weight of that dismal 433 record today. A quick exchange here, and he manages to take the round back. The #12 seed is fighting back. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the world rank 1 is playing exactly how we thought he would. Havoc is trying his best, but he's just not hitting the shots needed to close this gap. Time for a fresh start. Havoc is really putting on a show right now, taking control of the ramp to secure another quick win. He's digging deep to bridge that gap in skill. A fierce exchange of fire, but he manages to outlast the pressure to keep this momentum going. The momentum is completely shifting as he closes in on a tight game. Phantom holds the comeback, moving ahead to 9-6. Expectations are definitely being met by the league's top player. A complete shutdown by the underdog, who continues to refuse to go away. Phantom gets his lead back to 3. He's certainly playing like the best player in the world right now. A perfectly timed shot gives Havoc another one, refusing to let this match slip away. It's becoming a real back and forth battle now, with neither player able to string together a long sequence. He's proving to be incredibly resilient, shutting that down with a crisp shot. He keeps the pressure on, totally outclassing the server lead in that exchange. He's putting up a serious fight to close this gap. Absolutely stunning. He's locked in now, erasing the lead to bring us back to a dead heat. Absolute perfection. He's just completely shifted the tide in this set. Unbelievable! He pulls off the unthinkable to secure the match in a wild turnaround. Coming into this, the odds were completely against him, but he just found a way to dig himself out of that hole. What a fight. Welcome to fast aim. Vortex and Phantom are ready to go, and we'll see if the favorite can hold their lead. Phantom entered this match as the heavy favorite, but is already facing a deficit right out of the gate. It's a surprising start for someone expected to dominate this encounter. We'll see if he can adjust quickly. Phantom is refusing to let Vortex build any momentum, answering back immediately with a quick trade. A clean reset for the top-seeded player. Phantom's now a single round up on the board. The level of play we're seeing is exactly why he's so highly ranked. He completely takes over from the ramp, securing his third straight point. He's starting to look every bit like the superior seed. Vortex finds a way back, picking him off from the ramp. Vortex needed a big response right there. Vortex is putting on a real clinic right now, totally shutting down Phantom's presence on that ramp. A real test of nerves for the top seed right now. What a turnaround. He's completely flipped the script and now holds the momentum. He's absolutely on fire, picking him off from the window to secure another round. Phantom puts a quick stop to that run, tightening the gap to 5-4. Phantom looks incredibly sharp right now, using that ramp to fight his way back to a deadlock. It's a completely deadlocked battle as we approach the mid-game. He simply can't be stopped right now, extending his lead just before the break. A complete shift in energy from how this series started. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, the favorite has a narrow cushion, but this is way closer than anyone predicted. Both guys have traded identical 4-round runs, so this is a total toss-up. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom is just effortlessly gliding through this match, and that streak of 4 straight rounds really puts him in the driver's seat. It's a completely different pace from the start of the game. Vortex needs to find a way to break this cycle immediately. Phantom just didn't let the height advantage work for Vortex, coming through with a lightning fast response. He's showing some real grit here, chipping away at that deficit and closing the gap to 2. He's proving why he belongs in the mix today. Phantom is just too quick for him, shutting down that ramp play in an absolute blur of a round. Phantom is just too strong right now. He's really starting to push for the finish line. His rank makes a lot of sense given this level of precision. He's just relentless right now, putting himself on the verge of victory. It's a huge cushion for the higher rated player now. Vortex keeps the dream alive with a blistering shot, barely letting him breathe. Vortex puts up another huge stand from the ramp, stalling Phantom's attempt to close this out. It's getting scary for the favorite in a match he's supposed to cruise through. Unbelievable. Phantom shuts it all down with one last shot and secures the victory. Vortex really pushed him to the brink, but the composure in those final moments was just slightly better. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Vortex taking on Havoc today, with the favorite looking to maintain their strong lead. Havoc is firmly in control after that opening frame. Havoc is just steamrolling. The underdog is really making him sweat early on, hoping to shake off that 432 struggle from his massive advantage, having won over 500 more rounds than Havoc in their head-to-head history. It's clear he has the mental edge here. We'll see if he can convert that psychological lead into a fast victory. Havoc is refusing to break, shutting that door completely to keep himself in this. What a surge. He's completely neutralized the lead to force this game into overtime. A fast exchange that puts the lead back in his hands. Vortex is really starting to separate himself here, looking very comfortable as he extends this lead. Another flawless sequence, and he's now just a single round from closing the book. Looking like he's finally fully settled into the server now. Welcome everyone! We're on Red Line today for a great matchup between Phantom and Havoc. The favorite is looking strong. Phantom holds a massive 65% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's quite a surprising contrast to how this series has started today. I wonder if Havoc can actually keep the pressure on and flip the script here. What a scrap! Phantom barely walks away with that one after dragging him off the ramp. He's definitely playing like the top seed today. Havoc just completely erased him with that flick from the ramp. He's really defying the odds right now. Phantom manages to hold that ramp position and keeps things dead even. The world number 1 is finally finding some footing. Phantom is really starting to pull away here, cleaning up the ramp with ease. His current form today is just brutal, going 28 and 8. Absolutely effortless. He's simply not letting the opponent back into this game. Huge momentum shift as he shuts everything down from the Tetris. He's really proving why he sits at the top of the ladder. He is just completely in control now, taking another one without taking any damage. Havoc answers back with a sharp sequence to bring the score to 6-3. Phantom just picks him off from the Tetris and continues to build a significant lead. It's clear that the class difference is showing here. Phantom is just far too consistent, using that Tetris purge to keep Havoc pinned down. The difference in rating is becoming very apparent. Phantom takes a comfortable 9-3 lead into the break. Well, everything is going according to plan for the top seed here. He really capitalized on that 5-round streak to put himself in a great position. Let's see if Havoc can reset. Havoc actually managed to outduel him from the ground. A surprising response to that pressure. A small glimpse of confidence for him after that loss on Blame Orange. The contrast in their overall form today is staggering, as Havoc has only managed to take 4 matches in his last 36 outings. That sheer lack of momentum is making it nearly impossible for him to claw back into this series. It will take a complete mental reset for him to avoid a blowout here. Pace is picking up now, and it looks like Phantom is just one more round away from closing this out. He just shuts down that small rally and puts himself in a position to end it right here. Havoc manages to find the opening and drops him right off the triple box. A sharp way to shut that door. A solid read from the underdog to shake things up. He holds the line from the ramp to secure another round. An impressive effort given the rank difference between these two. Unbelievable speed on that final shot. Phantom shuts the door and claims the victory. Really professional way to wrap things up. Havoc put up a decent fight, but he just couldn't find a way to actually destabilize him. Welcome to the show. We have Vortex and Phantom facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Phantom is the heavy favorite here with a 70% win rate on this map. And honestly, it's a surprising start to see the top-rated player in the league giving up the first round. We'll see if he can adjust his positioning early on. Phantom's holding the lead, but Vortex is fighting back. He seems to have the upper hand in their head-to-head history. The momentum has shifted completely. We're back to a dead heat with neither player able to put a real run together. Vortex has clawed back to a narrow 3-2 lead. It's a complete role reversal from what we expected going in. Vortex secures the kill from the ramp, putting 3 straight in his pocket. And he's already got his revenge for that last loss on fast aim. Vortex is simply outclassing everyone right now, picking up another win to reach 5 total. He's really shaking the confidence of the top seed. Unbelievable, he's just completely taking over this match right now. It's a tough spot for the #1 seed to be in. The onslaught continues as he extends his run to 6 straight. The current world #1 is looking completely lost. Finally, Phantom gets back in the game with a lightning fast reaction. Absolute chaos on this duel. He closed out the victory with practically nothing left in the tank. It is impressive to see how his overall dominance in this matchup holds up. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, everything is playing out just as the pre-match analysis suggested. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can actually shut down that huge momentum. Let's see if Phantom wakes up. He's showing some real grit here, walking away completely unscathed to keep the pressure on. Exactly the kind of resistance we expected from the league's elite. He's completely erased that lead, bringing the series level at 7 all. The top seed is starting to look like the player we knew. Vortex edges ahead again, reclaiming a thin 1-round cushion. He's managing to hold his own against the absolute best in the world. Goodness! What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to bring the score level at 8-8. That's another nail-biter that almost didn't go his way. He punishes the angle from the ramp to put himself back in control. Still a very clear edge for the higher seed in this series. He's just not letting up now, strolling to another win and keeping that momentum surging. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog here. Vortex enters back right away to keep this fight within reach. The race for 13 is practically anyone's game now. What a scramble! Phantom barely scrapes through that exchange, showing incredible resolve to keep this run going. He is just refusing to let this game slip away. Neither of these two is giving an inch tonight. They're just trading blows as we head into the final stretch. Both of these guys are having massive days so far. Vortex is really putting the heat on here, forcing this duel deep into the final stretch. The world's top-rated player is fighting an uphill battle here. A total shutdown. Phantom takes command here and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. His early game struggled, but he's finally found his footing. What a result! Phantom finishes him off effortlessly to seal the deal and claim the victory. he had to survive some seriously scary moments, but that clutch factor is why he's at the top. A total war of attrition. What a fight! Welcome to the arena for today's duel. We have Vortex taking on Havoc, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Vortex holds a strong historical lead with a 56% head-to-head win rate over his opponent. That long-term dominance is starting to look like a trend given how poorly Havoc has performed over the last day. It'll be tough for Havoc to flip the script here. Vortex has the momentum with a 2-1 lead. A quick reset after a rough 4-win loss day so far. The momentum has completely shifted. Havoc is looking way more comfortable now that we're all square. Vortex just barely keeps his nose ahead at 3-2. He's definitely utilizing that rating advantage in this series. Vortex is really pulling away now at 4-2. He's really leaning into that top 5 ladder position. The momentum has completely swung back as he catches Havoc right off the ramp. A tough afternoon for the underdog, barely picking up 4 wins total today. For the display, he just keeps stacking these up, extending that lead to 6-2. Absolutely untouchable right now as he keeps the momentum rolling with another flawless win. He secures another effortless kill from the ramp, reaching 6 straight rounds. A sharp response from Havoc to snap that run right before the changeover. A huge shot to close out the first half. Vortex takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as predicted. Havoc just can't find an answer for the number 3 rated player in the world right now. Let's see if Havoc can fight back. He just can't be shaken, using that high ground to put a massive grip on this series. His recent performance today has been a nightmare, barely winning 4 games. Vortex is just too fast today, claiming that top spot on the Tetris to keep this lead comfortable. Havoc finds his footing and managed to hold the ramp for a crucial win. The underdog is putting up a real fight now, managing to string together back-to-back rounds. A huge contrast to his tough 432 run over the last day. He is really picking up speed now, securing a 3rd straight win to chip away at that lead. He is on absolute fire now, completely shutting down the ramp to take his 4th straight. Vortex is suddenly looking very human after that run. Unreal. He just can't be stopped, taking another round to reach a 5-game streak. It's a wild turn of events for the lower ranked player here. He finally cuts through that momentum to put himself within a single round of victory. That's a huge relief for the higher seeded player. A quick reflex play keeps the dream alive for the challenger. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure in this closing stretch. Havoc claws his way back into the game with another huge victory from the ramp. He's definitely playing with more confidence now compared to his earlier sets. What a finish. He manages to close it out and secures the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one after almost letting a massive lead slip. What a fight. Welcome to Fast Aim. We've got Phantom and Havoc stepping up for this match, with Phantom entering as the favorite. Havoc draws first blood, picking Phantom right off that ramp to start things off. He's really trying to flip the script on his recent form. Phantom responds quickly, getting the better of Havoc while holding that ramp position. Neither player is giving an inch in this early stage. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here, claiming another round after both players fought for control of that ramp. Phantom entered this server with a dominant 28-8 record over the last day. It's surprising to see that momentum completely stall out, given how he's been playing lately. He really needs to rediscover that confidence if he wants to dig himself out of this hole. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now, quickly shutting Phantom down and taking control of the early game. Quite a reversal from their last meeting on red line. Havoc is just cleaning up in here, putting on a clinic from the wine box to take a commanding lead. Phantom picks him right off the box to finally cut into that lead. It's good for the fans to see the underdog this competitive. Havoc is just not letting him breathe, quickly shutting that down and pushing the advantage further. Havoc is just cruising right now, coming off the ramp to put an even bigger dent in Phantom's lead. That's an incredibly tough spot for the top seed. Phantom catches him out on those planks, keeping himself right in this fight. The top-ranked player in the league is starting to wake up. Phantom trails 4-8 as we hit the break. I mean, it's a complete shock to see the top seed struggling this much. Havoc has flipped the rankings on their head so far. Time for a reset. Phantom manages to pull that win right from under the wine box, chipping away at the deficit. He's outplayed his opponent many times in their overall head-to-head. Havoc is just refusing to let up, picking Phantom off while holding the ramp to keep his lead. He's really defying his usual track record in this pairing. Phantom is really putting the brakes on this momentum, holding the ramp to secure another round. The number 1 seed is fighting to stabilize here. Havoc secures that win from the ramp, and now he's just a few rounds away from closing this out. Phantom is traditionally very comfortable here with a 67% win rate on this map. That's why he's continuing to grind back into this. Even if he started the match on the back foot, he's definitely starting to impose his will. Havoc just can't be shaken. He is looking incredibly sharp right now, consistently shutting down every single push. Havoc claims match point after another clean win from the ramp. Absolute ice in his veins to secure that lead. He manages to force another rally, keeping the dream alive for now. He needs this momentum to stay high for a real comeback. Phantom is showing some real grit here, taking a huge step forward while fighting from the ramp. It's a huge mental shift for a guy who's been struggling tonight. Unbelievable. Havoc closes it out with a perfect shot from the wine box to take the victory. Honestly, it's a massive result here. He just managed to outlast the best player in the game in a real nail-biter. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have a great matchup today as Vortex takes on the top-seeded Phantom. Phantom has won about 60% of their lifetime encounters together. That historical lead really translates to a comfort level when facing Vortex's aggressive style. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can find a way to break that pattern early. He is just on fire right now, securing a third straight point to take a firm lead. The #1 rated player is making it look easy. Simply untouchable. He closes out another one in the blink of an eye. The momentum is simply overwhelming, and he now holds a 5-round lead. His recent 27-9 performance today is showing through. A chaotic exchange here, but Vortex manages to claw back a point. The top 3 in the world are really battling it out right now. Vortex is currently sitting at a 22-14 record over the last day. You know, that high volume of games today seems to be fueling his persistence here. I wonder if this early surge can actually shake Phantom's confidence. He's just refusing to back down, stacking up a 4th consecutive round to close the gap. We're seeing the heavy favorite get pushed to the limit right now. Unbelievable, he's completely erased the deficit to tie things up at 5-all. Phantom answers back immediately, regaining a slim 1-round edge. The top seed is showing exactly why he carries that ranking. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, this is basically exactly what we anticipated for this series. Both players are trading huge runs, and it feels like this is going to be a real grind. Fresh start for both players. Phantom holds the edge by just 1 point now. Pure skill on display from the best player on the ladder. Phantom's pulling away slightly with an 8-6 cushion. He's definitely capitalizing on the confidence from their previous meeting. Vortex is showing some real grit here, continuing to narrow the gap. The pressure is shifting toward the top seed now. Phantom keeps a tight grip with a 9-7 lead. He's really leaning into that high-tier experience. Phantom extends his lead to 3, looking very composed. That world #1 looks completely in control. He found his mark after a brief stalemate, continuing to chip away at that deficit. He's really fighting to bridge that gap against the world's best. Phantom is just sliding fast with those reactions. He's really starting to pull away here. Vortex is simply refusing to fade, digging deep to secure another crucial round. That was a crisp sequence to hold the slide. What a shot! He wins the duel from the box and now stands just 1 round away from victory. Game over. Phantom puts an end to it with a lightning fast flick to close the series. He's just on another level right now, staying composed throughout the whole series to secure that victory. Welcome to Redline. Vortex and Havoc are stepping up today to see who comes out on top. In this 1v1, Vortex leads their historical head-to-head total 731 to 577. It's clear he holds a significant mental edge in this rivalry. He's really putting the pressure on Havoc to flip the script early. What a scrub. Havoc barely survives that exchange on the ramp to even things up. Vortex is having a bit of a tough run after that drop to Phantom. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The number 3 seed is really making his presence felt. Vortex is just too quick today, effortlessly securing another round from the ramp. His recent 5:31 record today is weighing on him heavily. Absolute precision from him, extending his run to 3 straight. The gap in their individual ratings is becoming very apparent. He just blasts Havoc right off the ramp to keep this roll moving. It's a tough look for the 12-seeded player right now. Havoc finds his mark from the ramp to hold the momentum. The underdog is starting to fight back here. A methodical outplay by the underdog, who's now keeping pace in this series. It's a complete flip from how this series started. He's on fire now, claiming another high ground battle to secure his 3rd straight. A total shift in energy from the favorite. Vortex answers right back, reclaiming control of the tempo. Looking to put another win over him today. Completely clean exchange here as the challenger stays resilient just before the switch. Crucial timing for the underdog to keep things this tight. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as expected so far. He's managed to keep the top spot despite a few tough rounds from the challenger. Let's see if Havoc can rally. Vortex just can't let him breathe, punishing him for staying on that ramp. He's looking very comfortable with that 3-round cushion. Vortex is putting on a clinic right now, shutting down that ramp approach for the 3rd time in a row. His number 3 rank is really showing in his composure. Vortex completely shuts him down from that elevated spot, moving his lead to 10-5. He's playing like a man who knows he has the upper hand here. Momentum has completely swung back as he secures his 4th straight win. That was a lightning fast engagement. He is simply unstoppable right now, putting an end to that hope with a flawless kill. Unbelievable, he just closes the door on this series with an effortless final kill. He just completely took over from that mid-game slump, proving exactly why he's sitting at the top of the rankings today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Havoc facing off on Mapas with the favorite looking strong today. Havoc gets the better of him early and shuts down that ramp approach immediately. Phantom generally dominates this head-to-head with a 64% success rate. It's really surprising to see him struggle this much when he's statistically the far more consistent player in these meetings. He'll need to shake this off soon. Deadlock now as they're glued at 2 apiece. He's definitely playing like the #1 seed right now. Absolutely ruthless. He's completely taken over the server now. A really tough day at the office for Havoc so far. A quick reaction there, and we are all squared up once again. A really strong showing so far from the #12 ranked player. Phantom just barely nudges ahead with a narrow lead. The top seed is looking sharp today after a strong 27-9 run. Havoc really struggled to find any footing today, failing in almost all of his matches over the last day. It's clearly taking a toll on his confidence coming into this. He's going to have to make a drastic change if he wants to get back into this one. Simply outclassed. That's 4 straight for the top seed. The gap on the ladder is feeling very real right now. Unbelievable. He claws back a victory from the ramp by the skin of his teeth. A high pressure fight that barely went his way. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, we're seeing a very predictable start here. The #1 seed is simply leaning on his experience and keeping Havoc at arm's length. Let's see if Havoc can dig in. Whoa, he nearly goes down. He manages to secure the fight right off the ramp despite being shredded. That was way too close for comfort. Phantom extends his grip, now leading by 4. The top spot on the ladder is starting to look vulnerable. Phantom's comfortably in the driver's seat at 10-5. The gap between these two is clearly evident today. Chaotic scramble from both sides, but he comes out on top in a nail biter. That's another high-intensity exchange where he barely walked away. Phantom clears the ramp with ease, putting him just 1 step away from the victory. That's an incredible display of precision from the favorite. Havoc manages to punish the high ground, taking the fighter right off the ramp. A momentary lapse in concentration for the leader. Havoc is on fire now, securing another win from the ramp. This is getting a lot more interesting than the analysts predicted. The heat is staying with him as he piles on another victory. The confidence is clearly shifting back to the underdog. He just can't be stopped, bringing the total up to 4 straight wins. The momentum has completely shifted in this final stretch. What a finish! He shuts the door on the comeback and claims the series. That comeback attempt was genuinely scary, but he just couldn't find the final push to close it out. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this match as our current #1 player and holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history. It means Vortex is fighting an uphill battle against the rival who historically knows exactly how to shut him down. Vortex has surged ahead, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. He's looking sharp after that 13-5 win over Havoc. Vortex has all the momentum right now, putting some serious pressure on the world #1. This is a shocking start for the current #1 seed. Vortex is just relentless, now pushing a 3-2 lead. The world #1 is finally starting to answer back. Phantom claws back to level the series at 3-3. The current best player on the ladder looks completely composed. Vortex is making it very difficult for Phantom to find any stability here. Vortex has been incredibly sharp today with 22 wins in the last 24 hours. And he's using that confidence to dismantle a world #1 who has typically been the gatekeeper in this rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can weather this storm. Vortex is staring down a 6-4 lead right now. Phantom is certainly feeling the heat despite his rating edge. That was almost instantaneous. We're seeing a real toss-up here as they head toward the half. We're deadlocked at 6-all. Well, the scoreboard is exactly where we expected it to be. Both of these guys are playing a very tight game, and it'll be interesting to see who breaks first after the switch. Let's see who finds a rhythm first. Vortex barely edges ahead now, holding a narrow 7-6 lead. The underdog is putting up a serious fight here. And just like that, Phantom brings us back to a 7-7 stalemate. The top seed is definitely showing his class. Vortex is really capitalizing on these quick exchanges right now, keeping the pressure high. Unbelievable. We're locked in a total deadlock at 8 apiece. Both players are truly locked in as they trade rounds. Vortex is really playing a dangerous game, using those high spots to secure a slight edge in this series. That's a surprising shift from their last meeting on June. Neither player is giving an inch at 9-all. It's a battle of the absolute best in the world right now. Phantom pulls ahead by 1 in this nail biter. He's proving why he holds that #1 spot on the ladder. Both of these guys are just swapping turns now, completely refusing to let the other get a lead. It's becoming a real dogfight between these two. Vortex is really starting to seize control of the pace here. Just an incredible display of skill from the rank 3 contender. Both fighters were practically shredded in that exchange, but he manages to emerge on top and bring himself within a single round of victory. Phantom answers back, keeping his hopes alive in this grueling set. It's a high-stakes moment for the favorite to find a second wind. Unreal. Vortex secures the finale and walks away with the victory. He really shook the rankings today, coming out on top despite that massive history of losses to the #1. What a fight! Welcome to Orange. We have Vortex taking on Havoc today, though. The favorite looks very strong heading into this one. Vortex has clearly maintained the upper hand in this rivalry with a career win rate of 56%. Well, we saw a glimpse of that dominance in their most recent meeting where Havoc was kept to 5 rounds. It'll be interesting to see if this match follows that same trajectory. Vortex is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. He's definitely fighting back after that blowout earlier today. Vortex is definitely finding the gaps in this server, responding quickly after that last loss. Vortex is just cruising along with a commanding 4-1 lead, looking as sharp as he did in that 13-5 win earlier. He just cleared that ramp with an effortless shot, continuing a strong run of form. The number 2 seed is playing exactly to his rank right now. He's simply not letting up, securing another round to move further ahead. The skill gap is really showing through for the higher seed. Havoc answers back with a clean kill to keep things interesting. A much needed breath of air for the 12th ranked player. What a scramble! He nearly went down but managed to claw back for the win. He's been comfortably in control since their encounter on red line. Havoc has had a rough day, going 5-31 in his recent matches. It's a huge contrast to how he's playing right now. If he can keep this energy, he might actually pull this back. Vortex is comfortably ahead, extending the lead to 7-4. Vortex certainly hasn't made this a walk in the park for himself. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, it's a tight margin, but he's staying true to his status as the front runner here. Let's see if he can widen that gap after the switch. Time for a fresh start. He's refusing to back down, securing an effortless win to bring this close. The underdog is putting up a serious fight now. Vortex maintains a 2-round cushion at 8-6. Having played over 1,000 times together, these two know exactly how to play each other. Vortex pushes further ahead, now sitting at 9-6. A sharp response there, keeping the momentum on his side. The distance between them on the ladder is definitely closing up. He's showing impressive grit, clawing back to within a single round. The momentum is shifting completely in this series. Vortex steadies the ship, taking a 10-8 advantage. His high ranking is starting to weigh heavy on this series. He refuses to let this game slip away, staying relentless in this climb back. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure now. Incredible. He's completely wiped out the lead, bringing this match to a deadlock at 10-10. He's simply on fire right now, taking full control of the server to claim the lead. Havoc is simply not giving any ground right now. Unreal energy from Havoc, who's now just a single round away from closing this out. Total reversal from what we expected coming into the server today. He just barely keeps himself in the game, thwarting an immediate exit. Absolutely critical moment for the favorite to step up right here. A flawless response to force the stalemate. We're headed into overtime. A total reset in an absolute nail-biter. He's simply outplaying his opponent here, securing a dominant lead to go up 13-12. Hard to believe he's in a position to close this out. Vortex shuts that down quickly, picking him right off the ramp to keep the game tied. At tough fight that finally ended in a clean burst, putting the underdog in a commanding position. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series. We are seeing a complete deadlock now, with neither player able to secure any meaningful series of rounds. He's looking every bit the second-ranked player in the league. Absolutely crisp. He shuts the door on the momentum and moves into a winning position. What a finish! He digs deep to survive that brutal exchange and secures the map victory. He really had to fight for every inch of ground in those final moments. Just an incredible effort from the underdog to push it this far. What